Hey everyone, how are y'all? Mr. Rosebud, that's actually a good idea. I think there is more women in here. Hold on, y'all. I'm trying to get all my stuff up here. Good Lord, Crumpsy, you've been watching a lot of Halloween movies, huh? Brandy Scott, how are you? Hey, Sunset Gazing, how are you? Dan Davis, thank you so much for that super chat. Dan says, hello, whilst not feeling well, have a productive night. Well, Dan, thank you. That was very nice of you, and I hope you get to feeling better soon. Crumb sleep, and I do too. I think we have watched just about every scary movie imaginable. Okay, y'all make sure that your chat is on live chat. And email is pinned to the top of the chat. Sally Mae, how are you? Hey, Jeff H., how are you tonight? Cole the Herd, how are you? Brandy Scott, thank you for joining us tonight. Cole, I'm doing good. Thank you. All right, I'm going to go ahead and open up the panel. And then we're going to get started on a case. It's been going on for about 2 weeks, but nobody's really talked about it. Hey, Tech Deb, how are you? But it's a case of missing Jennifer Mendez. She's out of Dallas, Texas, and her case needs some attention. Mountain Mama, how are you? Oh my God, my chat is just going to get old with YouTube and the chat not working right. Riddler, how are you?
Doing fine. Thank you for bringing me up.
Oh, you're welcome. Thanks for joining me. Trying to get these pictures pulled up, but they're not wanting to pull up for some reason.
Did you get a chance to watch the video of the reflection?
No, not yet. Today was gone most of the day, and yesterday I was like busy all day. That's why I didn't go live last night because I didn't get finished what I was doing yesterday.
I was going to tell you, don't laugh too hard.
I still do. I want to watch it though because I want to see what you were talking about and try to find the reflection of this fight or whatever.
I mean, this guy even says he can see the faces and he knows who they are.
And he's seeing this in these cars.
Yeah, and what is that? 1, 2 in the morning, 3 in the morning? I don't know what time it is.
Yeah, I know that some of the Linda Lane footage, I believe, starts at 1 o'clock. And I think they put it out like every hour, like from 1 to 2, then 2 to 3. I believe that's how it is.
I don't know.
But I don't know. I want to see it. I don't believe it. I want to see it. Just so I can say for 100% sure you can't see no reflections in it.
You know, you try to stick to the facts, and then you get to the part where you want to do some speculations. Is this a possibility or is it a probability?
Mm-hmm.
But some people really get out there on the edge of the spectrum, and they're actually on the edge of a cliff.
That is true.
They could come up with some. I don't know. Well, just watch it, make your own opinion. That's the only thing I can say.
Okay. Yeah, I saved the video the other night whenever you sent it, and so I'll have to watch it. All right, Philly, do you want to leave your camera on?
Hi, crime sleuthing.
Hello, Riddler. How are you?
Fine. I had a dream about you last night.
Ooh.
Well, I dreamed I went to there's a juice bar down the street from me, and I went in there and you said Riddler, and I turned around and there you were, and I said,
Oh,
hey,
wow.
let me order you something. So I ordered you the drink you want. When I turned back around, you were gone, and I woke
Oh,
up.
dang.
Yeah,
That's
weird dream,
weird.
weird dreams.
What did I order?
You ordered the orange juice, not orange juice, the lemon juice with the apple and the ginger.
That's crazy.
Okay, so we've lost Philly.
That's funny.
Jeff H, how are you?
Hey, so ironic, Riddler. I had a dream about you last night, but
Oh no!
I'm gonna need therapy first before I really talk about it. So we'll address it another night.
There's no way that was the whole dream. I call bullshit.
Hi, Scarlett. Hi, Big Al.
Hey, what's up, girl?
How are y'all?
Hi, Mitch. How are you?
It's another day in paradise.
Oh, so I'm trying to send a message to Philly in chat. That way, whenever he comes back, because he stepped away and he left his camera on, then it disappeared.
I was having a bad dream last night. I don't remember what it was about now, but it was bad. I mean, it was one of those really bad ones. Now I can't remember it, thank God. I mean, it was like, what the hell? When I woke up, you know?
So it feels great to wake up, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so none of y'all are from the Texas area, right?
No.
I'm in Oklahoma.
Florida.
Okay. Hey, Courtney, how are you? All right. Well, there's a case out of Dallas, and it's been going on for like 2 weeks, but it's very weird about what has happened to this woman. Let me pull her thing up real quick. What did I do with it? Oh, good Lord. Okay. Her name, oh, wait, that's not the right thing. That's inviting people on panel. Where's it at? Right here. Okay, can everybody see that okay? Or has it came up yet?
Oh, yeah, we can see it.
Okay. All right, so this is Jennifer Mendez. I don't want to butcher the last name, y'all. I'm not even going to try it, but it is on the missing person flyer here. She went missing September the 27th of 2023. And if anybody follows Legacy on Twitter, she has a lot of information on this case.
Okay.
Angie, yes, I'm doing good. And I will even grab her Twitter link here in a minute and drop it in the chat for everyone. But Jennifer is a teacher's assistant. And on the 27th, she went and dropped a friend of hers off at, it's called Crookside Trailer Park, close to Mesquite, Texas. And they see her going into the trailer park. They see her coming out. She goes down the street to a quick trip. There's actually a video of her going in there. So she gets her a drink and I believe something to eat, like a snack or something like that. Goes out, puts gas in her car, and she leaves. And she doesn't make it home that night. Hey, King Scarlet, how are you? Her family knew something was up because, you know, she's 24 years old. They're saying that she's always where she says she's going to be or when she's supposed to be. She's always very punctual about getting to work on time and all this. So the family goes out and starts looking for her the next day. They find her car 10 minutes from where this quick trip is. And if anybody knows the Dallas, Mesquite, Seagoville area, I-20 runs right through there. Her car was found the next morning by her family. Her wallet is still in it, and it's on the side of the road on Lawson Road, which is right at I-20. They don't know where she's at. They haven't heard from her or anything. Well, before they report her missing, during the time that they're reporting her missing, and even after they've done the reports, a friend of hers is getting messages from this random person saying, "Are y'all missing someone? Well, you're never going to see her again. You're never going to find her." And they don't know who this person is that's sending these text messages. And I've seen, I believe, when I was looking through YouTube just a few minutes ago, I think Jules was the only one that was going to do a video on this. I haven't seen it anywhere else on YouTube. And she's been missing now for 2 weeks.
That was going to be my question. How long? Oh my goodness.
So
Why
yeah,
does this sound so familiar as well? Not just her, not her, but the circumstances. The other girl, Kaitlin Rose, remember? She's missing from that area, and you were just almost describing the same thing.
Might have something to do with the 2 million people flooding across the border, and we have no idea who they are. Into
possibly.
Texas.
And so, you know, the I-20 runs east and west. Goes all through Louisiana, Mississippi, Alabama, I believe to I-95, if I'm not mistaken. Out on the East Coast. I don't remember how far it goes west. But if somebody got her and hit I-20, they could be anywhere.
I spent a lot of time working down in Texas, almost a year straight, down by all up and down the border.
Mm-hmm.
I feel really bad for what's going on down there for the nice people that live there.
Oh, yeah.
The people that live there, I met nothing but just wonderful people that work for all the oil companies and the support companies. And I can only imagine what it's like to not be able to sleep because there's just people wandering everywhere.
Yeah. Well, what don't make sense, though, is when they found her car, it's pulled over, and I'm going to pull up Google Maps here in a minute so everybody can kind of get. And Philly, can you hear us okay?
Hey guys, happy Friday.
How are you?
Good.
Okay, so
Happy Friday the 13th.
let me get it pulled up here just a second because I got to find the area. I had it.
Is this a new case? Like within
Well,
the page?
she's been missing since September the 27th. But it's not getting the attention that it needs. And there's like, they have found her car. They found the car the day after she went missing. It was on this side of the road near the intersection of I-20. And there's been this random person sending text messages to her friend asking, you know, do you have anyone missing? You're never going to see her again. You're never going to find her, and all this and that. Now, yesterday afternoon, because they've been doing searches out there, like the family's been doing searches, police has been doing searches, and yesterday afternoon in the same area, someone close to where the car was found human remains, but they haven't been identified yet. So we still don't know if it's her or not, or if it's somebody else from that area, because there's a lot of missing people from the Dallas area.
That I-20, Scarlett, runs all the way to South Carolina.
Okay, so it goes further than what I was thinking then.
Yeah, so
Yeah, it says in this article that her family was notified today about the remains being found, and they're awaiting confirmation on identification.
Mhm. Yeah.
Why would they tell her family if they didn't, kind of think it
I
might be?
figured maybe because of it being right there close to where they're searching at, so they wouldn't hear it from someone else.
Man, oh man.
But I mean, what if it turns out not to be her? Then you kind of got this family's hopes up that she is found, but also that she's deceased.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I get why they probably did it if that's the reason. But it's kind of like a double-edged sword, honestly, with doing that.
There's someone in the chat that said they're from Texas and they haven't heard a thing about this. There's so much going on. I don't know how you could possibly hear about everything.
A cold herd. What part of Texas are you from? See, that's what I'm saying. It's not. It's only just like the local area of Dallas, Mesquite, and Seagoville. Why is this not getting out across Texas or further than that? Hey, Fofo, because she could be anywhere, and they do think that there is foul play involved in this.
I think Big Al's hitting on the point that all of the media attention's on other things other than what's important to the states that we live in. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, just turn on CNN and Fox and MSNBC, and we're all watching,
Craziness.
other craziness. Exactly. Yeah.
There's just so much of it, and it's everywhere. It's
That
every
is true.
state has got weird, crazy things happening in every state.
So Calder says that they are 2 hours south of Dallas, and they haven't heard a word about it. That is just.
I think
Well,
her
I
last
have
name is pronounced
family-
Olascoaga. I checked a couple of
Olascoaga.
pronunciation websites. It's Olascoaga.
Okay, and see, I didn't want to butcher it.
It's
So
a
that's-
Spanish, so I guess Spanish is easy because the vowels are all the same. There's A is always sounds a certain way. What is it? The vowels are A, E, O, U. That's what I remember from Spanish class anyway. And my wife's from El Salvador, so that helps.
No speak español, lo siento.
Yeah, I just know my numbers like
Sí.
1 through 10, and
Sí, un poquito.
yeah,
Ay,
I'm
caramba.
out on the Spanish. That's why I said I didn't want to butcher the last name.
Los días de la semana son 7.
That is so cool.
I know how to
Check
ask
that
where the
riddler.
bathroom and the beer is, and that's it.
You can
Yeah,
survive anything with that.
I know how to say lo siento. That's just about
See,
it. That way, if I bump into them, I can at least say I'm sorry.
Riddler has us all beat because he was in the military. He probably can speak like 5 languages. So
Oh,
What?
that's so cool.
Yeah, donde está el baño? Where's the bathroom?
Where? Yes, I knew that. I knew the where is.
Okay.
I want to learn Spanish so bad.
I took 3 years of Spanish, and I remember like 5 words.
Oh, and I called my
Whoa.
mother-in-law mamacita. Don't do that. It's madrecita. Mamacita is like a
Younger
loose
lady, right?
or younger lady. Yeah.
Hold on one second.
I learned quickly that's not what you say to your mother-in-law.
I think there's also dirty words you can accidentally say, so you have to be careful.
Yeah. I'm trying to learn as many as I can.
Okay, yeah, I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay. All right. Let me get this. I'm moving stuff around on my screen so I can keep up with it. Okay. So this, where the red pin is, this is the trailer park that she dropped her friend off at. And I was wondering, and I was going to ask Legacy about this, and I haven't got a chance to ask her because she's, like I said, she's been on top of this case and has a great deal of information. Jennifer literally drops a friend off at this mobile home park, and she goes, now I gotta find it. Give me 2 seconds to find where right here.
Daniel is in the house. Hey, Daniel.
Hey, Drunk Turkey, how are you? So you didn't know about this from San Diego or San Antonio, y'all. I cannot read tonight. Good Lord. And see, that's what I don't understand. So there's two people that we know, Cole and Daniel. Both are from Texas. This happened in Dallas, and they've heard nothing about it. So why are they not?
Now, Scarlett, it might be more than several months ago, some guy confessed to be an SK. I don't know if it was Austin or Dallas, but I haven't seen anything else about it.
And that was when?
It was several months ago. They've got 20 to 30 people missing in Texas. Yes, an SK running around there. And they're finding them in this lake.
Oh, God.
And this one guy came up and says, well, I'm the guy that did it. And it made big time news, Fox and CNN. And after about a week for that, there was nothing else that came about it that I saw. So I was wondering if anybody else heard anything.
I have not.
No, I haven't.
I have family in San Antonio, Daniel. That's so cool. I need to go down there and see them. Man, San Antonio is fun.
I love San Antonio. I love it.
I don't think I've ever been there. Unless I was young.
Do you see they have a surveillance video of Jennifer at a gas station? Did you mention that and I missed it while I was looking for her pronunciation of her last name?
Yes, and I have the video and an article talking about it. This is the quick trip, right? Hold on, y'all. This is the quick trip that she went to after she dropped her friend off, which is just right down the road. And I believe Legacy says she went and drove it today. And from the trailer park to here, and then where her car was found up close to I-20 was just like 11 minutes from point A to point B to point C. So they do have it of her parked at the gas pump. She goes in, shows her inside the store what she's getting, walks back out, pumps her gas, and then it shows that she leaves. And when she leaves out, she takes a left. Let me show y'all. All right, so gas station's right here. This is a trailer park. And then she goes up Beltline, which is right here. And there's I-20. And then she turns off on, or her car turns off on Lawson Road. So we don't know what happened between the quick trip, if somebody followed her from there or what. But here's Lawson Road right here. And her car is found somewhere up this way, close to the I-20 corridor. And this is where they've been searching. Like I said, her wallet was the only thing that they found in the car. And for some reason, her family, when they found the car, they let law enforcement know about it, but they had the car towed to a family member's house instead of law enforcement coming out, processing the car, doing fingerprints, going through it, searching it, and all that. The family just tows it to a family member's house.
I'm looking through, just Googling and trying to, backtrack. You know what's strange?
What's that?
They found her car. Then days later, her friend received those weird text messages, right?
Well, I thought to begin with that the friend, to begin with, I thought it was a family member that had gotten the text messages. Then I read that it was a friend of hers that was getting these messages. And then they came out and said that it was before, during, and then after the missing person reports were done, because they originally went to, I think, Dallas PD to report her missing. But because she was last seen in Seagoville, which is where the trailer park is at, Dallas PD referred them down to Seagoville. And so they had to go down there and do it. Well, when all this got started, then Mesquite, Texas, police department also gets pulled into it. And I'm just guessing maybe because they're all right there together.
Yeah. What does it I'm talking about the car being found and they towed it away. Let's see.
Mhm.
She went missing on September 27th, they said. And then it doesn't say exactly what date, just as days later, talking about the text messages. It was September 28th when they found the
The
car.
car. Yep.
So
The next day.
they just found it says the location where they found the body was right by the car where the car had been located.
Yeah,
So why
right
didn't
there.
they find her before?
And see, that's what a lot of people were saying whenever Mesquite Police Department came out, letting the public know that they had found human remains. And people was like, well, why didn't they find him before if they were searching the area? They've literally been searching this area where her car was found for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, that doesn't. I mean, it would make me think maybe it happened somewhere else, and then they figured, oh well, they're looking around
Put
here.
So put the remains back there.
Or it could be somebody else, and they're like, well, this area has been recently searched for a missing person. That'd be a great place to dump somebody, right?
True.
If
So
it's not her.
And I don't know how long, like the remains have been taken to the medical examiner in Dallas, and there's no telling how long it'll take for them, the results to come back. But I was curious, like the friend that she dropped off, I wonder if that's the friend that's getting the text messages. I'm not saying she has anything to do with it, but I wonder if that's someone that's getting them. Because, I mean, how would whoever's sending them, how would they know to send them to her friend saying all this? Unless they have their phone or her phone, Jennifer's phone, possibly. Because they didn't say that the phone was found. She said her wallet was found in her car.
So awful.
It's pretty
I
easy
see
to
the
send.
footage of her in the Quick Trip now.
It's pretty simple to send
Aw.
messages as any telephone number you want. I mean, it's not hard.
Yeah, that is true too.
It's very, very easy.
Hopefully, they will be able to figure out where this is coming from or who this is coming from. Hey,
Yeah.
Baker, how are you?
And,
I mean,
seeing what she was last wearing, maybe that'll help with whatever they found.
Black shirt, black shorts, black flip flops.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me go. I'm gonna go to Twitter because I'm gonna find it real quick.
So she literally just dropped her friend off at a gas station and left, and then they found.
No,
her
she
car.
dropped her friend off at a mobile home park down the road from the gas station.
Oh, okay.
And they've got cameras there, so they knew about what time that she was there and everything. And seen her go in, seen her leave from the mobile home park, went just down the street to the Quick Trip, which is where they got the video of her while she's inside.
Okay.
And I'm about to grab the video because I gotta find it on here real quick because there's a short version where they kind of like cut it off, and then there's a longer version of it.
The surveillance.
Yes. What did I say?
Oh, okay. I was reading and not listening well. It's my fault. I found this. It's got really good video. I put it in the back.
Okay.
In case it helps.
All right. So let me put this up, and this is the whole video right here.
Hi, Fofa.
Hey, Musical, how are you? All right, so it shows this is her white car. It shows her pulling up. And the time on there, it's hard to see. 8:35 is what it's showing. And she pulls up on the 27th of September. And I was trying to watch it earlier to see if, like, whenever she was leaving, if there was any cars that was, like, pulling out behind her.
Yeah.
Wow, this is good footage.
Yeah, this one is 3 minutes, a little over 3 minutes long. This video is. The ones that the news had put out isn't as long. She gets her drinks, she gets her snacks. Doesn't seem like anything out of the ordinary. They didn't say that there was like any issues with the car, like she had been in an accident or anything like that. Hey, Eric, how are you? And there's like a bunch of people there, and it's kind of hard to keep up with all these cars to see if they, leave when she does and follow her out.
It's
That's-
definitely not an issue of running out of gas. State the obvious.
Or-
Mm-hmm.
And nobody's wearing a hoodie.
Oh my god.
not,
Oh,
not even Jack. Is Jack over there in the corner?
wait. Look at that, Scarlett, right there on the left. You see it? The white Elantra.
Oh, good lord.
Here we go.
My head just exploded.
I didn't know what she's talking about. She's saying look to the left, and
Look, there's
Oh, man.
Hoodie Jack behind.
You
the
need
tent.
levity.
I was
Check
in the
the
gas
eyebrows.
station
Check
today. It
everybody's
was like
eyebrows.
41 degrees this morning, and I looked around the gas station, and everybody but one person was wearing a hoodie. I was like, holy shit, this is bizarre. Every person
I
has a
thought we
hoodie
almost
on.
had a wreck right here. Where I thought the SUV was going to run into the truck.
I was watching
But-
that white van, but he pulled out of there.
You know, the reality of it is this area in Texas, crime is rampant.
Yeah,
There's a lot of crime.
Dude, look
Yeah.
how busy that whatever that highway is behind.
I-20 is crazy busy.
I mean that's crazy. There's like 3
Well-
intersections going on there.
this one right here. This one. I believe it's called Beltway, and then a Beltway. She turns off a Beltway up onto Lawson, and then Lawson goes which Beltway goes up to I-20 as well, but Lawson goes to it as also further down, like east of where Beltline runs into it. And the only car that's leaving really is that other white car, but it goes a different way than what she's going. And I figured like there would have been, cameras along this route. Hey, True Crime with Legacy, how are you? And I figured, there people everywhere has Ring cameras now.
You know, the big problem with assuming the thing about cameras is cloud storage. There's only so much space. You know,
Oh,
if they
that
don't
is-
ask for it fast enough, it gets written over.
But I mean, okay, so that was the end of it. But I would have thought though, whenever her car was found the next day, that the family, if they don't go ask the neighbors, at least the police would have been like, hey,
Like I
do you
said,
have
that area is crime ridden. They probably didn't get to it right away.
all right, well, let me get my stuff moved off the floor, y'all. I'm trying to get my stuff.
Well, I have to agree with Big Al. I just think there's been too many people coming across the border that aren't vetted.
Well, those cops are busy.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I mean,
there's a lot going on.
The Border Patrol guys, I mean, they're advertising on freaking Facebook for Border Patrol agents. They're hard up. I mean, when I was there,
I've been down there before, and it's terrible.
oh, when you drive by the outpost, they've got 250 Raptors just parked because they got nobody to drive them. I mean,
Yeah.
it's crazy the amount of vehicles that they have with nobody to put behind the wheel.
All right, so let me grab Legacy's.
And they're losing a lot of people because, frankly, they're pissed off because they can't do their job. You know, nobody's letting them do what they came there to do. They're just processing people.
Yeah. It's bad.
Well, we did the same thing in Florida. It was at Homestead Air Force Base.
Well, they're flying them into Florida. They're actually flying
Yeah.
them into Minnesota as well, and Wisconsin.
Right.
They're flying them into the National Guard base right south of where I live.
Duluth?
No, Fort Ripley.
Okay.
Okay, so I just dropped Legacy's Twitter link in the chat if you are not following her. Like I said, she's got a lot of good information on this case and other cases that she has going on. And she was supposed to do a video showing of her doing this drive from the mobile home park down to the Quick Trip up through Beltline, Boston Road, up to where the car was found.
So how far was her car found from where that footage that we just saw was?
Let me
Like a
see.
couple miles or?
Yeah, it's literally just a few minutes. I don't know exactly how long, but I can, because I don't. They never said. And Legacy's in chat right now. I don't know if she I asked her if she wanted to come up on the panel to discuss it, but let me go back to Google Maps and see if I can map about where it was at, just to get an estimate on it.
Is there like any history with her having problems with any other people or anything, or?
If she has, her family didn't say that. They just said that she's always very punctual about being on time to work, where she's supposed to be. Hey, MLS, how are you? Never said nothing about any other issues with other people.
Wow.
And MLS, so we're talking about a missing person out of the Dallas, Texas area. Her name is Jennifer Mendez. Jeff H. pronounced the last name.
We try again. Where is us? Here we go. Olas Coaga. Jennifer
thank you.
Mendez. Olas Coaga.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's see. I'm just going to do it from the trailer park. Let's see, directions, and then we're going to do I-20.
Hey, would you ask Legacy if, I mean, duh, she can hear me too. Can I ask Legacy if she knows, like, how far from the car they found this person? And if she's heard any more on that? That's what I'm wondering about.
Okay, and she just posted, okay, so I just posted the video. The entire route is like 10 to 11 minutes from where she dropped her friend off to where her car was found. So it's a
hush, King Scarlet.
very, very short distance.
So it looks like 1.8 miles from where she dropped off the person at the mobile home place to the gas station. Just 1.8 mile, 1.7 something miles. Trying to put markers on my Google Earth project here.
Okay, wait. Did I go to the right? Okay, yes. Here we go. Okay, so this did not take it down. Hold on. So I got to get the next one. This isn't the one that I wanted. Yeah, 75. See, it's not. I need it to go to Lawson. And it's not doing Lawson. So from the trailer park down to Beltline and all the way up to I-20 is, why is it not giving me a time? 10 minutes by car. I would say probably the same distance with her going down Lawson, because she's not going all the way down Beltline to.
It almost sounds like somebody was following her.
That's why I was trying to watch the cars leaving, because if she doesn't make it all the way to I-20, and they didn't say anything about, like I said, if there was any damage to the car. We know she couldn't have ran out of gas. Did somebody try to flag her down? Because a lot of times, like if you accidentally hit something, you'll pull over and check the damage on your car. But there was nothing ever said about that.
Are you able to go down to, do you have like the exact location where they found her car? And are you able to like go down and look at it closer to see, if there's any, just what's nearby?
There is a picture of her car when it was found. I just got to find the picture real quick, because I thought I had that one saved and I didn't. And then Legacy said from the mobile home to the gas station is 3 minutes. From the gas station is like 7 to 8 minutes from gas station to where the car was found. So true crime of Legacy. Do you know how far from I-20, her car was found. Okay, Billie Jean, how are you? And Billie Jean said it looked like she had left her car unlocked, and I guess the cameras would have shown someone climbing in the back seat. That is true too, at the gas station.
I can't find an exact location on the car.
It looks like 0.7 miles from Interstate 20 to where her car was found.
Is that by Lawson as well? I-20
Yeah,
and
so
Lawson?
Lawson goes right underneath 20 or over. It's a bridge, goes over 20.
Mm.
Yeah, it's a short distance. It's less than a mile.
Okay, so here's, let me do it like this. That way, okay, so this is Beltline. This is the road that she turned on when she left the gas station. But then she, coming up Beltline, she turned off on Lawson Road, which goes all the way to I-20, crosses I-20, and then keeps going. So I don't know if she was on the north side of I-20, her car, or if it was on the south side. Steve W., how are you? 5 miles from the trailer park per CBS News, is what Steve W. is saying. Hey, S1, how are you? So it's a very short distance from where she dropped her friend off to where her car was found.
And we can't.
Yeah,
we
Milam
can't
Road
tell
and
if
Lawson Road, that's the intersection.
Okay, so let's find, and I wrote down, what did I write down about Milam Road?
Yeah, it's a little north of 20, just up
Right.
in the upper right corner of your. It might be just outside of the frame. You might need to go up and to the right a little.
All right.
Are we sure
what
there
I'm
was
looking at.
nobody in the car with her at Quick Trip?
There it is, Milam and Lawson upper right.
Okay, right here. All right, so I know that I wrote something down about Milam Road. And yeah, I was doing all of this information at like 4 o'clock this morning, all of my notes. So it may take me a second, but I know that I wrote something down about Milam.
I wonder where she was headed.
Happened fast, right?
Well, I don't know where she was headed, but they said that where her car was found was not the route that she would have taken to get back home. I did, and I do have 2 or 3 articles that I'm going to read on this as well.
That's a good question. If somebody was in the car with her.
Yeah, I wonder if somebody like jumped in the back seat while she was shopping in the inside.
I think we would have seen that on the cameras, but they could have been, maybe she picked up a hitchhiker, or
maybe she
they
got
were already
tinted
in the
windows
car.
and didn't see them in the.
Yeah, because they never said if anybody, like the friend that she dropped off, if the friend has told that there was somebody else with them in the car whenever she was dropped off, that hasn't came out. Okay, so let's see. So when she leaves, she turns left towards Beltline Road, which we saw that. She's last seen wearing black shorts, a black shirt, and black flip-flops. A car was abandoned 10 minutes from gas station on Lawson Road near I-20. You know there is something in here about Milam Road, though. I've got to find it in all of my notes, and I've got literally about 20 sticky notes. Okay, so car was found in Mesquite, Texas, at the next intersection of Milam Road and Lawson Road. So she went past I-20 then. So her car would have been found in this area right here. And she would have passed several houses. Okay, so True Crime Legacy says from gas station I-20 is 3 minutes, from I-20 to Lawson is like 5 minutes.
Damn, somebody's ripping on that vape.
Wasn't me.
I know, right?
That would be me, Big Al.
I can hear it.
Yeah,
So-
a pretty powerful vape.
So y'all see all these houses through there. Those are nice houses. Surely some of those houses have cameras.
I'm sure they have cameras. And don't call me Shirley.
So I'm wondering if the police has went out there and went door to door asking these houses around, hey Betty Joe, around here where the car was found, if they could check their footage, and it's to see if they see anything. Do they see her car? Do they see, like, when it's pulled over? Do they see another car coming up behind her? Like, do they have anything to kind of get an idea of what might have happened to her? Okay, so I have shared the video of the route in X. It's True Crime and Legacy. Is it okay if I play that video on here? She did, so she's got the video of the whole thing when she drove the route on her account on Twitter or X or whatever we're calling it these days. It just seems like there's got to be video footage of this. I mean, who has nice houses like that but no cameras?
You know, you can see a camera if you go to the street level. That kind of barn-looking thing behind the red building. There's a camera right there on the gate that opens up into the little parking area there in front of it.
All right.
You go down Milam Road.
What the heck did I just do? Hold on a second, y'all. I don't know what the heck I just done. Did I just mess that all up? Okay. I don't know. I clicked on something by accident, y'all. So give me just 1 second. Let me go back to it. And y'all know how I am with these maps. They're ridiculous. There's Beltline. We gotta go up to Milam. Okay. All right. So you said the one with the red roof on it right here? Is this the one you're talking about? It's right there. I see solar, but go back this way. Betty Joe, wish your daughter happy birthday for us. Hey, Queen of Hearts, how are you? Let's see. Queen of Hearts, are you from this area? Okay, so where are y'all seeing the cameras at? Was that Jeff H or was that Billy that said that?
Nah, not me. I don't.
Sound
Yeah.
like Jeff.
Okay. Let's see, this is the only gate that I see.
Under that solar panel looks like a camera.
Yeah, like
Oh, I'm
right.
sorry, I was muted. You got to go down Milam just a little bit.
Okay.
Go. It's behind that. To make a right, and then a little bit further, and then look to your right. You'll see a gate there,
right
and
here.
see that white. There you go.
Yes. So with that camera, obviously the house would have been blocking that way, but this way it should have picked something up, huh? It's just we don't know exactly where it's at, where her car was found at on this.
Well, you don't know what the connectors. You don't know what it's connected to either. It could just be connected to a monitor. It might not be on a DVR.
Right.
That's the thing with cameras. I mean,
That's a lie.
I tell people all the time, it's great that you have cameras if somebody's ripping you off, but just for me to catch someone, I've got to watch 32 cameras, 8 hours a piece, to figure out when they rip me off, and see if the footage is good enough to prosecute. So I've got 5 days into a $50 theft.
Mm-hmm.
You know, cameras are great until you got to watch them and try and find something on them.
I have indoor
Mhm.
camera in my condo just to keep an eye on my cat when I'm not here. But you know, if somebody broke into my place, their face is right on my camera. You know,
Yeah.
Big Al, if I may ask a question, how long will it store? Let's say I want to look at something that happened on September the 15th. I'm a police officer and I said, I need to see your camera from September 15th. Can you pop that right up?
It depends on the
Yes.
size of the hard. No, that's not a yes or no
Well,
answer.
well, yeah, I was going to say yes if, but you started talking, so I stopped. Sorry. Go ahead.
It depends on the size of the hard drive, what your settings are, what your write over settings are. There are ways to pull up data that's been written over through data extraction techniques, but with video, it's very hard, and you're probably not going to get a very clear picture because it's at the end of the day, it's all ones and zeros being written over.
And if you
Now,
subscribe to the cloud service, I think you can have more. I think the Linda
it
Lane
depends on how
footage
much
was
space you pay for.
because that Linda Lane footage was, it had constant and it also had, motion censored clips. They
Yep.
had, um,
My
so I'm
8 exterior cameras are on motion, and those take up the majority of my dedicated space.
and speaking
So,
of cameras, I got Amazon just delivered my Reolink camera, which is the same one that is at Linda Lane. So I'm hoping I can run some tests to see like how much you can hear on that camera's microphone from 100 yards away, and hopefully get a little insight on whether it's even possible to have heard anything from inside the 1122 house with that particular camera. My gut says no, but who knows? Maybe I'll be surprised. I mean, the camera was under $100, so that's pretty cheap.
Did you
I
receive
get
your?
I
Go
get
ahead.
approached probably 4 to 5 times a year from the sheriff's officer or the state patrol asking me for footage.
Jeff, did you receive your K-bar yet?
No, it's supposed to come soon. It's in a couple days. I think they said the 19th. But I'm very curious to just feel what the weight of it. And there's a guy, I think his name is Tom Van, who made a comment on my YouTube channel, and he said he was a Marine and they were trained as Marines to use the heavy butt end, not just as a hammer, which it can be used for to pound in nails, but that you can knock someone out, hitting them in the head with it. And when he said that, I thought to myself, wow, that would really make for a very quiet murder if the person was first knocked out with the butt end of the knife and then unalived. But so I don't know. I mean, I imagine autopsy with in Idaho the reports will show if something like that, but hadn't really considered that until he mentioned it.
Yeah, the butt of that knife will put a hole in someone's skull easily, like just like I had the head of a hammer.
have they even set a date next year for a code burger?
No, not yet.
Wow.
Okay. All right. Billie Jean wants me to go back to the video real quick to see if go back to the camera at the gas pump and see if that pickup truck may have blocked someone climbing into the back seat. And let me, I'm not sure I'll go blank again as well if anybody wants to come up. Let me do that real quick. I'm doing some serious multitasking here, y'all. All right, here we go. Yes.
Someone else made a good point too that earlier that like possibly somebody that was already in that car when she pulled up.
I'm wondering if there was somebody else in there and they just haven't came out with that yet. Okay, hold on, let's see.
And this is in Dallas, you said? Or
Yes,
okay.
it's in the Dallas area, Mesquite and Segoville. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Which is, Mesquite is just like right, I guess considered like a suburb, I guess, of Dallas. So it's all outside of Dallas, but in that area. Okay. So let me.
It sure doesn't look like she's got tinted windows. You can see when she opens the door, the ground that you can see through that front window is same brightness as, you know, the ground itself. So it seems like if somebody had been in the car, she would have seen them.
Yeah, because at one point she does what when she's pumping the gas, she walks around her car, and I believe she throws something in the trash can by the pumps and all that. All right, so let me go ahead and play it. And I can't tell through her back window if there's like any other movement in there. Wait, did she lock her door? Was that her lights that
Yep.
went off?
Yeah, the brake lights came on.
Oh, shoot, I didn't put that one up. Hold on. Okay.
It didn't look like she pressed anything or pulled a key out of her pocket to lock the door, though.
I wonder if her car, because you know the one, some of them that's got the key fobs, you can hit the little button on your door handle as long as you got the key fob with you, and it'll lock your car. You know what I'm talking about? Like on the door handle part. Let's see. All right. And see, it don't look like there's anybody in the store either that's. But I did see this car coming around right here. Did y'all see the one right there on the side of the store? But I guess that's it leaving. Because that one did catch my eye earlier.
So is she pumping gas? Is that what she's doing right there?
Yeah, she's about to. There's so many cars that you have to watch it over and over and over to watch each car that's out there.
I guarantee you there's another video from this place, because most of those gas stations now have smart technology on their cameras that actually zoom in on the license plates.
Mm-hmm.
And it'll go from pump to pump, zooming in on the license plates for drive-offs.
Okay. So I guess this is the white truck that Billie Jean in chat was talking about. But no, you can still see her car.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't look like she's like talking to anybody.
No.
Scarlett, where'd you get the video clip that you're looking at? That's so much sharper than finding.
This Legacy, she got it. I don't know where she got it from, but she had it on her Twitter. And then she did send me. It's King Scarlett. Yes, this is the last time in person. The last time she was seen was just a few minutes before this. But Legacy did send me the video of her driving from the mobile home park back up to I-20. I see the only other car that's leaving is that white car, but it's going the opposite direction of what she's going. So there's no other cars that's following behind her that we can see in the video. But they cut the video here in just a second as well. So you really, it could have been after that.
The windows are pretty tinted as well.
Right there.
Yeah, that car behind her, though, makes a right and she makes a left. So
Okay.
I don't know if you noticed, but do you see the AI boxes?
Yes.
So they must not have it set up to zoom. The cameras have the capability, but it's not doing it. Because like this footage here, you'll never get a license plate number off of this footage that we're looking at right now.
And I think the only time it zoomed in was just that one time when she first pulled up to the gas pump, before she ever got out, it zoomed in a little bit, and then it zoomed back out. And Legacy said that this video was on Seagoville Police Department page that we're watching now. Rock Chalk, how are you? Hey, Glowbug, how are you? All right, so let me go grab this other video real quick where she is driving.
That's some pretty good footage, though. I mean,
I got a crazy video to share with you guys when you have a minute, Scarlett,
Okay.
from my camera system.
Okay, so this one is 10 minutes and 59 seconds, and it's on her, this is her TikTok. Legacy, can you send me your TikTok link, and I'll post it in the chat for you?
This is the location where Jennifer.
Music. Hold on. So I'm going to play it without the sound on it because of the music. Okay, so Betty Jo, she went missing on September the 27th, and her car was found the next day, not far from the gas station we were just watching. Oh, Blowbug, I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get rid of your headache. And I hate we can't hear it, y'all, but I can't play it with the music on it. Oh, good Lord, I just saw your comment, Big Al. That'll be blown up in an explosion. And I-20, for those who don't know, is a very, very busy interstate.
is this her driving or?
Yeah, this is True Crime with Legacy, the one that had the video of the store footage.
Okay.
Yeah, this is her driving it from Trailer Park all the way up to I-20.
Is this a service road?
Yes.
Yeah, Texas is known for that.
Yeah, I believe they call it Frontage Road. I think it's what it's called, that runs along beside I-20.
What's a service road?
It's a road that peels off of a main drag to get you to somewhere else, so it doesn't back up the main drag when people start making turns off of it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
So it runs parallel with the highway, kind of.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but you have to get off, go away from where you want to be, go back under, come back around.
Mm-hmm.
Texas is famous for that.
That's
Jersey.
I-20 right next to it.
Jersey's like that too.
Atlanta.
We have
And I know that Frontage Road, I know it runs, I can't remember if it runs all the way through Louisiana, but I know through parts of Shreveport it does on I-20 or next to I-20. I can't remember how far it goes across Louisiana though.
Like in Jersey, if you're on like a main highway and you want to get to like the left-hand side of the road, you have to get off on the right. You have to take an exit on the right-hand side of the road and do like a U-B.
Okay, so there's the Quick Trip. I'm sorry, Philly, go ahead.
Oh no, you're good. It basically in Jersey you have to like make like a U-turn to get across the highway.
Tampa does that now too with their new highways. Or new roads they're putting in.
All right, so now she's on Beltline. Billie Jean, you're very welcome. And see, now when she's driving, it doesn't look like it's as much traffic there as what it was the night that Jennifer was at the store.
And so they're still waiting on confirmation on the remains that they found near that area.
Yeah. They it said that they were waiting on the identification, and then they were going to notify the next of kin. Which they did tell the family about, and that's what Crime Sleuthing was talking about earlier. If they don't know for sure that it's her, why notify the family? And the only thing I could think of was just because, in case the family hears about it, it's probably better for law enforcement to go ahead and tell them, with it being right there close to where her car was found, than them hearing it on the news or something like that. Candace, this is Jennifer Mendez. She went missing on September the 27th in the Dallas, Texas area. And her car was found the next day. And the only thing that they found in her car was her wallet. And she hasn't been seen or heard from since. So I don't know how long it'll take, for remains to be identified. But hopefully they'll come out soon and let this family know one way or another. But that's got to be stressful waiting on that confirmation, on top of, if it turns out not to be her, where she's at, like just that whole extra wondering.
It's quite the distance. I wasn't expecting it to be that far.
Yeah, and I don't know how fast. Well, it is 40, I think, is what the speed limit sign said there. But the video itself is only like 10 minutes and it's right at 11 minutes long. Okay, so she should be coming up on Lost in here in just a few seconds.
And it doesn't look like she's distressed or like, it's not like I wouldn't think she like
No.
pulled over and walked off and ended her own life or something. She seems like she's just pretty chill, just getting gas,
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like she got like food, she got something to drink, and she put on the hood of her car while she's like getting gas. Like,
Yeah.
The gas station, I believe, went at 8:35. I think that's what the time was on it.
but you're right. That intersection behind that gas station looks crazy busy. It almost looks like a highway.
Mhm. Right. Okay, so now we're back. Okay, so now they're parallel with I-20. So that wouldn't have been I-20 a minute ago that she was parallel with. I have to go look back and look and see what that state would have been, or major highway would have been. Candace, no, this is True Crime with Legacy's video. She went out and drove from where Jennifer dropped her friend off up to where her car was found. So this is True Crime with Legacy's video.
So what are we waiting on next? Where she's going to stop where she was last? Her
I believe
vehicle was found, or her friend's?
Yeah, I believe she's going up to where the vehicle was found. And I didn't just see what that sign said. Did anybody just see it? What that green sign said? I was looking away from the screen. Richie. Okay, so yesterday afternoon at like 5 something, they were out searching, and someone called Mesquite Police Department and said that they had found human remains. So as of right now, they're still waiting for those remains to be identified, and then they're going to notify next of kin, and then I'm sure after that they will put it out through the news and on their Facebook pages if it's her remains or not. I just feel bad for his family, just like, with any other family who has a missing family member. The worry and not knowing. It's stressful. Okay, Aaron says you never know. People can look completely fine to outsiders and then self-unalive. A woman here in Texas on rain looked fine, then went to parking lot and found her 8 days later, sadly. Oh gosh. And Aaron, thank you for joining us. Okay, so True Crime Legacy said that this is Lawson Road. Eric, I haven't heard about a boyfriend or companion. I think that there's a lot that they haven't put out in the news. I will say one thing. Texas roads are a lot better than Louisiana roads.
Oh, don't let the video fool you. When it gets real hot there, that concrete blows up.
Yeah, but I mean, her camera's pretty steady. Here, it'd be bouncing all over the place. Okay, so she says her car was found in the left where there is a sign on the ground. There are flyers around the area. Okay, so so there went a flyer that was on that post. I do remember her posting a picture of that. All right, so that was the end of it. I got it. And True Crime with Legacy, thank you for allowing me to share that. I'm going to get back over to my stream now. Okay. So let me grab an article real quick. I'm going to pull up one that's from the 11th. Kind of tells the backstory of it. Okay, so this is Seagoville police released new surveillance video of missing Dallas ISP employee who could be in danger. So Seagoville police released a new surveillance video of a missing Dallas ISP employee who they believe could be in danger, which is a video that we watched, only we watched like the full version of the video. The ones that they're putting out on these articles and all that are cut very short. So the new video shows 24-year-old Jennifer Mendez, a teacher assistant in Dallas ISP, at a quick trip on U.S. Highway 175 and Beltline Road in Dallas on September 27th. In the video, she was parked at a gas pump, goes inside to buy food and a drink. She then puts gas in her car and she drives off. The video was taken after Mendez dropped a friend off at the Creekside Mobile Home Park in Seagoville. The mobile home park was where police previously believed that she was last seen. Family members found her white 2015 Buick LaCrosse in Mesquite at the next intersection of Milam Road and Lawson Road. A Seagoville police detective searched Mendez's car and found her wallet. Family members say that one of Mendez's friends showed them random text messages from someone saying that they would never see her again. Police say that they are looking into the text messages and that foul play has not been ruled out. The family has held several searches in the area where Mendez's car was found. Dallas police, the Texas Rangers, and Seagoville police are working together in an effort to find Mendez. Anyone with any information about the disappearance is asked to contact the Seagoville Police Department. So that's the one that came out on October the 11th.
So what was that about? Text messages about her friends saying that they would never see her again?
Okay, so some random person has, I don't know if they're still sending them, but they had sent some text messages to one of Jennifer's friends. And it was saying, like, one of the messages was like, hey, do y'all have anyone missing? You're never going to see her again. You're never going to find her. I'm pretty sure there was some other messages that come through as well. They just didn't put those out to the public.
So was the gas station before the trailer park?
No, it was after. She
It was
she
after.
dropped the
Oh,
she
okay.
dropped a friend off at the mobile home park and then drove just right down the road to the gas station. Left the gas station, went down Beltline to Lawson Road, and then the car was found right there at Lawson and Milam. Okay, and y'all, if anybody has came in that I have not spoke to, I do apologize. And y'all don't forget to hit the thumbs up either. All right, let me grab this other one because there was another article that I had that I thought just came out today. Got so much pulled up on my. Okay.
I agree with you, Scarlett. I think if those messages were before she even got to, if those messages were after the trailer park and after the trailer park and before she got to that gas station, it's almost like somebody was following her.
Well, it was so they didn't give an exact time when the messages came in, but they were saying that it was before, during, and after the family did the missing person report, because they had originally went to the Dallas PD to do the missing person report, but because she was last seen in Seagoville, Dallas PD referred the family down to Seagoville to do the reports there. So they had to go there and do them. Aaron, thank you for hitting the thumbs up. Okay, so let me grab this one real quick and pull this one up.
Where does she work at?
She worked for the Dallas, I guess it's Independent School District. But she's a teacher's assistant. Okay, let me pick this one up here. All right, so it just says this. This is from the Dallas Express. This came out on the 13th. Family and friends search for missing woman. So local law enforcement officers are continuing their search for 24-year-old Jennifer Mendez. And I'm not even going to try to pronounce the last name. I don't want to butcher it. So they're following her disappearance 2 weeks ago. On Wednesday, family members gathered outside the Dallas Police Department headquarters to urge law enforcement to increase efforts to find their missing loved one. Jennifer's brother-in-law, who only provided the name Marco, told CBS News Texas that he and the rest of the family have been looking for her themselves for days. We are just going everywhere, knocking on doors or on restaurants or anything that we can find that has cameras, and ask them to look at a certain time, see if they saw anything, said Marco. He also said that since Jennifer's disappearance, a friend of hers received disturbing text messages. An unidentified person texts a friend asking them if they were missing anyone. There has been recent messages, said Marco, per the CBS News Texas, basically telling the friend that she's next. So there's obviously more text messages. They just haven't put those out to the public. So Jennifer's family members had originally filed a missing person report with the Dallas PD on September the 28th. However, the family was referred to the Seagoville Police Department after receiving word that the last reported sighting of her was in Seagoville, according to a press release. The family has subsequently reported her disappearance to that department on October the 1st. Family members told police that they believe Jennifer's vehicle, a white 2015 Buick LaCrosse, was last seen on surveillance camera on September the 27th at about 8 p.m. at the Creekside Mobile Home Park, located at 2510 U.S. Highway 175, where Jennifer was dropping a friend of hers off. So that was before she went to the Quick Trip. The video was found abandoned near I-20 and Lawson Road. Prior to and during reporting Jennifer as a missing person to the police, a family member received text messages forwarded from a friend recipient regarding Jennifer. The messages have been forwarded to investigators and are being looked at further. The text messages contain content that would lead one to believe that Jennifer's disappearance may involve foul play. Anyone with any information on the disappearance is asked to contact Dallas PD at 214-744-4444. And Dallas kidnappings have been on the rise this year, with Dallas PD logging 141 reported incidences as of October the 12th, according to the City of Dallas Crime Overview Dashboard. There were only 124 incidents reported in the same period last year. It's already 141 this year. That's crazy.
But you know, the thing that the police do know is that her wallet was left in the vehicle,
Mm-hmm.
and they try calling her phone and it's turned off. So I don't know if she has her phone with her, or if they turned it off and threw it away.
Those
I
text
would-
messages are weird, huh? Like,
Yeah, and this article here is saying that they're basically telling the friend that they're next. So that's what I'm saying. There's got to be more text messages that they just haven't put out to the public. Other than just, hey, do you have someone missing? Never going to find her, never going to see her again. And that's why I was wondering if the friend that's receiving these text messages, if that's the friend that she dropped off that night. Because we don't know where Jennifer and the friend was before she dropped her off. You know, what were they doing that night or during the day? You know, who,
like somebody was coming after her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Kind of what it seems like. Because, I mean, yeah, they could have gotten her phone and they could have gotten a number out of her phone and to send these messages to this friend. But how are you going to know which friend to send them to? You see what I'm saying? Like, you just, if I go through a person's phone that I don't know and they have all these people in their contacts, I'm not going to know whose family, whose friends, whose people that you work with, stuff like that.
Unless you're looking at their call logs or their text log and you're looking for the last person they talked to.
yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Possible.
I tend to put people in my phone as I'll add like coworker for their middle name or their last name.
I use nicknames all the time.
Yeah.
Something that makes me remember who the person is because I meet so many people.
Yep.
And she could have did that. You know, like other people, because you know she had people that she worked with. She worked at school. You know, she's probably got other teachers, the principal, probably people from like the school board and her contacts.
I mean, if she's a teacher, the first thing that pops into my mind is that ruse that's been used frequently recently, is where there's a little kid standing on the side of the road, and somebody stops to help the little kid, and they get snatched up.
Sort of like the Carly Russell case, but yet in that case there wasn't a kid.
But for real.
Yeah, but for real. Because in this case, like she's really missing where Carly faked the whole dang thing.
And in that part of the country, that's not that odd to have someone wandering around. This happened at night, right?
Yes.
Could have been that. Could have been a deer. Yeah, I don't know.
But like you were saying, like she definitely looked like relaxed and like she didn't
Yeah,
look
she looked
like,
chill.
Yeah.
She wasn't worried.
I mean, yeah, because like we saw her look back when she's walking away from her car at the gas pump. Okay, I pull up at a gas pump. I always forget to check what number I'm on as I'm walking to the store. I'm like, got to go back, look. Now, okay, so I got that. But other than that, she wasn't looking over her shoulder. She wasn't looking to see who I was outside the store. She wasn't looking around when she was inside the store. Like she was scared that there was somebody there.
She looked like she felt unsafe.
Yeah. I mean, she looked just like any other normal person walking into a store to grab them a snack and a drink. You know, pay for their gas. Okay, so Richie said ex-boyfriend, acquaintance, friend, or random person. Did she have enemies? Seems so wrong. If robbery, they would have taken everything. And see, they haven't came out with, you know, a boyfriend or anything like that. The only thing we've heard of, other than, you know, like family and like the brother-in-law that did the interview, was just the friend that she dropped off at the trailer park. Really hadn't heard about anybody else, you know, that's involved with her.
And to his point, they didn't take the wallet.
Nope.
Yeah,
So
it was
they-
money motivated.
Yeah.
But okay, so they didn't take her wallet. Her wallet was found in the car. But was her stuff still in her wallet? Like, she
That's
had
a good
cash,
question.
cards, was her
Right.
ID still in there, or did they snatch everything out of it and sew the wallet back in the car? Because I don't think
Seems
she
most-
had a. Go ahead.
It just seems most bad guys these days know it's not very smart to use someone's debit card or credit card.
But
You
there
know.
are dumb criminals out
Oh no,
there.
there's some dumbasses out there. That's for sure.
I mean, we've seen that here recently, but
Yeah, see it all
Al,
the
I
time.
knew a guy that left a sheath behind.
that's what I'm
Jeez, you wouldn't
saying.
Oh
believe this.
no.
One day I'll explain the story to you. It's too long to talk about it on here.
That was good.
Jeez.
I mean, so there, but I mean, there are people that will abduct someone if they have a debit or credit card, take that and then make the person go into a store or to an ATM and get money off of it. And when they're looking through the camera at the ATM, they see the person who owns the card and not someone standing off to the side with, a weapon pointed at them, making them do it. You know what I'm saying? So, that's another thing. Was all of her stuff in her wallet, or was it all taken out? Makes
even
more
if they
sense to grab the wallet and take it with you, but
even if they do find a camera that she drove by, you're only gonna see maybe 2 or 3 frames.
mhm,
You're not gonna get a license plate if there's somebody following her, driving behind her. You might get a model of car, maybe model and color,
Right.
but if it was at night, probably not. You're gonna see
Yeah.
headlights and taillights. That's it.
I think the only thing really that where they're going to do any good with this is if there is footage of what happened where her car was found.
Right. The only reason that gas station footage is as good as it is because there's 100 sodium halide lights underneath those canopies.
Mhm. Right.
If it was just infrared, you wouldn't see 3/4 of the shit you see on that video.
Right. And the family, and I'm in no way blaming them. They found her car. They wanted to get the car off the side of the road. I completely understand that. I just wish that they wouldn't have had it towed from where they found it until cops were able to get to it and
So-
process it.
I'm confused. Was she traveling the same direction as the video we were watching, and her vehicle was found left of center on the opposite shoulder, facing the wrong way?
Wait, say that again?
You said that her vehicle was found on the left-hand side, right?
No.
I thought that's what you said. That it was found
No,
on the left-hand
no, I
side of the-
said that whenever she left the gas station, she turned left.
No. Okay, so the vehicle was found on the right-hand side of the road, right where we were watching. That was her direction of travel.
Yeah, the last video that I was watching, the girl
Yep.
driving, yeah, that was Legacy driving the route.
Okay, so it was found on the right-hand side of the road, just off the roadway.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know why I thought I heard it was found on the left-hand side.
No, I think the only thing I said about left was she turned left out of the gas station.
Okay.
But yeah, Legacy was just driving the route that she would have taken that night from the mobile home park to where her car was found.
Well, it looked like most of that would have been pretty damn dark at night.
Yeah, because wasn't even paying attention on that route if there was street lights. And for
And when
sure,
I went to a 2-lane, it wasn't streetlights, I'll tell you that.
yeah, probably down Lawson Road. More than likely, if there was any street lights, it would be just the lights that are at those houses.
See, now someone in chat just said they thought they heard it was on the left where the sign was. That's what I thought I heard too, but I wasn't
Okay, now,
100% sure.
okay, I don't know if I can go back up because Legacy did say, hold on, I'm find it. It may be up too far right now.
It would just be
but-
weird if that was her direction of travel and the vehicle was found on the left-hand side facing the wrong way.
Right, like maybe she went and turned around,
Well, yeah, or
yeah, or something like that.
somebody
yeah.
ran her off the road.
It does say remains
Yeah.
were found in a wooded area Now, if you turn down Milam, that's a dead end, and there's a woody looking cemetery at the end. Maybe somebody was following her. She thought she could make a left and lose them, or see if she was being tailed, and then ended up on a dead end road.
Okay, Legacy did say her car was found in the left where there's a sign on the ground. There are flowers around the area. So right whenever I read that comment, I was trying to also point out in the video there was a missing person flower on that electric pole that was right there on the side of the road. So yeah, that's what it says in the comment about left.
Hey, Scarlett.
Uh-huh.
That link that I put in the back, where I said her family was out there with signs on October 3rd, I'm wondering, I don't have a way of showing Legacy. I think this is where, according to what I've looked at, like the video of where they found the car and the video of where the family were, they were like right there on the 3rd. It looks to me where all those signs are.
Okay.
So they were at the location where they ended up finding her. Isn't that weird? It looks like it to me anyway. I could be wrong. That's why I was wondering. Oh, I can tweet it to her.
Okay, and that link, the last link that you put in the back chat.
Oh yeah, that's just a joke.
Oh,
Friday the 13th.
Okay. I was like, you clicked the wrong link. Okay, let me grab the other one up here.
I'm gonna tweet you something, Legacy, if you're here.
Okay, so the missing Dallas ISP educator last seen in Seagoville, is that the one you're talking about? And it has the flyer on the side of a white car?
Yeah.
Scarl, I sent you a link in the back chat.
Okay.
Is this her car that was on the side of the road?
I wish I could pronounce her last name. Also badly. I can't. Loved ones report creepy messages, never going to see her again. Okay. Yes, that is her one. All right, so family, this is a picture that I actually thought that I had screenshotted and saved, but I couldn't find it. So I don't know if I have it on my computer. And that's exactly where I put it at. But this is the picture of where her car was found. Okay, so let me read this one. I don't know if this one says anything different than what I read earlier. So a 24-year-old teacher assistant vanished last week after dropping off a friend. Police fear that foul play may be involved in her disappearance after loved ones reported receiving suspicious text messages taunting them that they're never going to see her again. Jennifer Mendez was last seen on surveillance cameras dropping off her friend at the Creekside Mobile Home Park in Seagoville around 8 p.m. on the night of the 27th. Dallas Independent School District teacher assistant's unexplained disappearance is abnormal, her family says. When we found out that she never made it home that Wednesday night, it was a hint like, hey, something's going on, her cousin Lizzie Mendez told Fox News 4. She always makes it home. She was very punctual at work. She didn't show up the next day, and we said, this is not okay. Hey, give me a second. I've got to enlarge this a little bit. It's too hard for me to read like that. All right, so the family found her white 2015 Buick LaCrosse on Thursday at an intersection about 10 minutes from the mobile home park. The car was found along the route home from where she dropped off her friend. Her family was not found along the route home from where she dropped off her friend, her family said. Her family promptly filed a missing persons report with Dallas PD after queuing in local police in Seagoville on Sunday. So this is also another picture of her. Hey, Catacomb, how are you? Lucia, how are you? So her brother-in-law, Marco Barroso, said nothing seemed abnormal about her car except that the wallet was found inside. Things took a creepy turn, however, when the family and friends began receiving foreboding text messages. We got some random text messages. A friend of hers got them. Hey, are you missing someone? You're never going to find her. You're never going to see her again. So police are investigating the text messages that the family received since her disappearance. Those text messages contain content that would lead one to believe that Jennifer's disappearance may involve foul play, police wrote in a release. The messages were sent before, during, and after she was reported missing. And these are the people who were out passing out the missing person flyers.
So, in my opinion, this isn't some random person. These are people that knew her and
That's what it
intentionally,
sounds like.
yeah, they intentionally sent her family pictures after they did whatever they did with her. Like,
Yeah. Knew her family, knew her friends, who
yeah,
she hung out with.
it's somebody close to her.
Yeah. Hey, KK.
What does her folks do for a living?
I don't know.
Okay.
I haven't looked into them. I saw this on Twitter like a few days ago, but I was working on some other things, and I got to look into Twitter yesterday afternoon, and it was just like every time I would scroll to something new, this case was coming up, and I was like, I haven't seen it nowhere on YouTube or people talking about it, and she's been missing for this long. So I was like, I'm gonna start getting information on it and put it out. Plus, I'm only like three and a half hours from Dallas, so it's not that far from me as well. All right, and then the last part here just says the Seagoville Police Department Criminal Investigations Division is currently working on the case as a missing person case and has requested the assistance of the Texas Rangers. And anyone with the information is asked to contact Seagoville Police Department and also, like we saw in the other article, Dallas Police Department. But I'm gonna go back up to this picture though of her car. All right, Crime Sleuth, is this the same picture that you were talking about a second ago?
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah.
Okay. Let me just screenshot that.
There's a U.S. Sun article that says that her, where was it? Family members said the driver's seat was positioned differently from how the young woman usually sets it.
Oh, see, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, that's here, I can put that in the.
Okay, yeah. Put
chat.
that in the back chat and I'll pull it up.
So apparently,
There.
the bad guys have caused her to stop the vehicle and pull off the side of the road. Kind of like that guy here in Jacksonville. He pulls off the side of the road to go move a tire out of the road, and then he gets ambushed. Well, in her case, she gets kidnapped, I guess. She's taken. They've blocked up the road as she stops. Something made her pull off the side of the road for them to grab her.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, y'all. I had to mute for a second.
And I say they I don't know if there's more than one. I'm sure there is.
Yeah, just something seems off with this case, honestly. All right, let me U.S. Sun one that Jeff has put back here for.
Hey guys, I'm gonna drop down, but it's good talking to you guys. Have a good rest of your weekend.
All
Take
right,
care,
well,
Philly.
Thanks for coming up.
All right, thanks
Have
guys.
Have a good night.
All right, good night, guys.
Good night.
Good night.
Okay, so I'm gonna take that picture that I have of her car, and I'm gonna try to find the spot. Crime Sleuth, did you say you were able to find the spot? Is that what you were saying a minute ago of where her car was found on the road?
No. That's why I was wondering if maybe Legacy knew. I don't know.
Okay, I don't know if they're still in the chat. Hold on just a second, y'all.
It said that the family was there on Logan near I-20. And like that's where the other article said that they found something,
Yeah.
So I was like, wow, they were right there on the 3rd. But they didn't find this person until 10 days later? My
Yeah,
goodness.
yes. Well, okay, so I say yesterday, it's after midnight here. So Thursday afternoon
Man.
is when they found it. Okay. All right. So let me get this.
When was she reported missing? Did she live by herself?
None of that's been put out to the public. She was reported missing on the 28th, and then again to Seagoville. I believe it said October the 1st. Because, like I said, they went to the Dallas PD to do the report, but because she was last seen down in Seagoville where she dropped a friend off, they told them that they needed to go down there as well.
Okay,
So,
so she drops off her friend. Was a friend in the car when she got gas?
no, she dropped a friend off first and then left from where the friend lived at, went down the road to where the gas station is.
Okay, and then from the gas station, she's going home.
I don't know, because it says that where her car was found, it's not the route that she would have taken. So I don't know where she was going. That's another thing that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, we're starting to see something develop here.
Yeah, she's going a different route. There's these weird text messages that are being sent to a friend. The brother-in-law is saying that these text messages are basically telling the friend she's next. So that's why I'm wondering, because it almost sounds like that the friend that's getting these messages may be the friend that she dropped off that night. Not saying that it is, but that's kind of what it sounds like. Like, okay, so you were with Jennifer that night. She drops you off. 10 minutes later, basically, she goes missing. There's these weird messages saying you're next or implying that you're next. So where were they at before she took the friend home?
Yeah, see, of course they're not giving us that information. Once again, we have to speculate.
Right. And see, that's the thing. This case hasn't been talked a lot about, other than just a few local newspapers has put it out. And this one came out. When was this one? The one that Jeff just put in the back chat came out on the 9th. But I mean, there's people in Texas who hadn't even heard of this case. And King Scarlet, that's what I'm going to work on next, is try to get a timeline built. But we gotta figure out what they were doing before she took the friend home. Like, where were they at? Were they just at her house hanging out, and then she took the friend home? Did they go shopping that day? Did they go out and eat? Like, what were they doing? Who were they around? Did she talk to someone before she dropped a friend off, or even on the way from the friend's house to the gas station? Did she talk to someone on the phone? Did she send them a text and say, hey, I'm heading to so and so, and had plans to go somewhere else, and she was cut off before she got to this other location? There had to have been a reason why she wasn't going towards her house or taking the route that she would have taken to get back to her house. They just haven't put that out to the public yet. Now, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, I put a CBS News clip where the news reporter standing out there on the scene where I think they found the car, and she interviews the brother-in-law. Just trying to get an exact sense of where that interview is, like where they shot that.
I'm gonna try to take the picture of the car. I just did another screenshot of it, and try to go down like Lawson Road on Google Maps Street View, and just see if I can find not maybe an exact location, but close to there, because there's like the two electric poles in the background, and you may be able to use those to kind of find the location. But we for sure need to do a timeline on this. We just got to get more information. That's the thing.
So, does it tell what time the texts were sent?
No, they don't say what day, what time.
The
It doesn't
brother-in-law
say.
kind of explains that they were getting text messages, I think, right after they found the car or something.
It
You'll see in
was
the CBS News clip. It's within that.
okay. Let me
Thank you.
start it here. Hold on. Okay, is there any music at the beginning of it, Jeff?
Wait, hold on. Let me check real quick.
Okay. Because some of them will start playing music at the beginning of it. And if I mute it, I can't hear it.
No, it starts right away with that guy, that
Okay.
news anchor in the studio talking.
Okay.
Joined the search now for missing. I do want to mention on a more serious note, the Texas Rangers have joined the search now for missing Dallas teacher's assistant that we have been following here. So it was a week ago tonight, in fact, that Jennifer Mendez Olaskaga was last seen in Seagoville. She was given a friend a ride home. Robbie Owens learned that her vehicle was found the next day. It was abandoned in Mesquite.
This stretch of Lawson Road in Mesquite where the car was abandoned is heavily wooded. Just take a look. Family members who have been searching tell me that there is also a creek bed back there. They've searched all over, but check this out. Not only is the area heavily wooded, look behind me, it is also heavily traveled. And so family members are hoping that someone saw something that will help them find Jennifer, because every day that passes is more time to worry.
But I think the first 3 days were just, very hard for us, for everybody, because, we can't find her. And she's, once we go home, we know that we're going to have a bed to lay in, and we don't know if she's even being safe.
Marco is Jennifer's brother-in-law. He is careful to remain hopeful in the words he uses, but he says the family is understandably distraught. He says the Dallas ISD teacher's assistant would not have just disappeared on her own. When she didn't show up for work on Thursday, school staffers notified the family. Jennifer was last seen at the Creekside Mobile Home Park in Seagoville, dropping off a friend Wednesday night at about 8. Later, the family says that friend received some disturbing text messages.
She dropped off her friend. From there, we found the car the next day, and then we went to do the police report. While we were doing the police report, we got some messages of random phone number saying, are you missing someone? You'll never find her, and you'll never see her again.
What was your reaction to that?
We were just shocked at just looking at those messages.
Family members tell us that those text messages have been turned over to police. The Texas Rangers are also now assisting in this investigation. Ahead at 5, what those investigators are asking of the community and how the community is responding. Let's talk about that at 5. In Mesquite, Robbie Owens, CBS News, Texas.
That's crazy.
Okay, but that video showed good footage in different angles of where that car was parked at.
Yeah. Would you be able to pull up the one that I showed that I put back there? Because it looks like they were in that same location, holding signs on the 3rd. So that must have been a very wooded area if they, she said that they searched that area.
It looked like it was parked in the direction of travel, though. It wasn't on the opposite side of the road facing the wrong way.
I don't think that was her car. I think Scarlett said that when they found her car, they towed it before the police. They didn't just call it in and have the police come out and process it. They had it towed home or something, right, Scarlett?
When they found it, they had it towed, to a family member's house. But that was her car. That was the white Buick LaCrosse.
Oh, that was her car. Okay,
yeah,
I missed that part. Wow.
Yeah,
so it was parked the wrong way.
Okay, so on the video that we watched Legacy when she was driving, and y'all remember it come up and I said, oh, there's one of her flyers. I remember seeing a picture of the flyer being on the electric pole.
Oh, yeah.
So the car was found right across the road from that. So yeah, that she would have been on the left-hand side of the road, going the opposite direction. So did she see someone pulled over on the side of the road that she knew? So she went up, turned around, and came back and pulled over to see if they needed help? Could that have been a possibility, or
Or
just
she just saw someone broke down and stopped to help them.
possibly? Because there are people that use kids, like you said,
Yeah.
that will act like they're broke down, and someone with a good heart is like, oh, there's a woman, there's some kids, let me turn around and go back and see if I can help them. Or
Well, maybe somebody started following her from the trailer park. Maybe that's where they, maybe
they could have been watching her at the gas station off camera.
Yeah, I want to know if there was any damage whatsoever on that car, because sometimes people will like bump you, to get you to pull over.
the only thing that I saw was it looked like on her front bumper on the passenger side, like there was it looked like the paint had been chipped, like a very small spot underneath the light. But I don't think that would have been something that.
If she was traveling the other direction, she would have had to make a U-turn for the car to be
come
where
back
it
to there.
was, and see the poster on the pole that is in the background.
Yeah.
So it would make sense to me if she saw someone on the side of the road, broke down or walking or whatever, if she flipped a U-turn and pulled over and stopped to help them, and it turned out to be some kind of setup or whatever.
Right.
It was very interesting if that seat truly, if they're correct that the driver's seat was in the wrong position from what she would normally have it. That's kind of critical.
Would that mean that they've already got her out of the car and somebody taller than her is now driving it and parks it ass backwards?
Possibly. But they had to have happened. Well, I mean, I was going to say it had to have happened very quickly, but I mean, the car was only about 10 minutes from the mobile home park, but we don't know what time it was parked there.
I'm wondering how they found the car. It's a Buick, so it's got OnStar.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm wondering how the family found the car. They're saying the family found the car, right?
Yep. The family was out searching and they found the car. So, I would want to know which family member found the car.
Right, because if that's not her normal route home, that's an
an
awful long way to be searching in the wrong direction.
Yes. So, what family member found the car? And how did they know that it was in that area? Like, what made them go to that area to search? Unless they were just driving around because they knew that she would have dropped a friend off. It still don't make sense if that wasn't the route she would have taken.
But I don't think the family would have got information from OnStar that quickly, because OnStar's not just giving that shit up anymore.
No, they would probably have to have a search warrant, which we know could take. It would take longer than what it took them to find the car.
Right.
I mean,
unless it was a Find My iPhone situation and she's on a family plan.
I didn't think about that.
But wasn't her phone gone?
Yeah, well, they didn't find it. But
they know it's turned off.
But it could have been a last known location.
Right. Yeah, you're right.
iPhone or Android, really, depending on who the carrier is.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, our Androids will, keep that last location on there until it updates. Will. Yeah, that's what we have.
Not to sound like a broken record, but you think they'll find DNA in that car or prints?
That's the thing that I have a problem with. The family should have left the car. When they found it, called law enforcement and say, okay, we found our car. Here it is. Like the cops needed to be there to process that car or take it from that location and take it to wherever it is that they take it to process it, and not the family having a tow truck driver coming and touching all over it to tow it to their house.
See, I have to stick up for the family on that, though. They're just excited to find the car. They're not thinking.
I get that too. That is true. That is true also. Like it's a double-edged sword, like I said earlier.
Yeah.
But
you're right. There's got to be a timeline. I mean, the timeline's going to be everything on this one.
Yes, Aaron. They found the car before law enforcement found the car. And Aaron, also, I've seen your comment about the map and the distance of Seagoville to Mesquite. They're literally right there together.
Yeah, Aaron, it's a Buick OnStar is standard equipment.
Yeah. Hey, Tonka, how are you? Yeah.
Tell me again, Scarlett, who all received, I know they didn't give names and whatever, but did they say that friends and family got those weird text messages?
So what I understood to begin with was that just the friend got these messages, and then the friend sent them over to the family, like forward them to the family, and then the family sent them over to law enforcement.
Something doesn't add up there at all. Why would they be contacting a friend rather than the family?
Family. Exactly. So, one, which family member found the car? How did they know the car was in that area? Unless, like I said, they were just driving around, because, you know, if you have a large family and you all kind of split up and be like, okay, you search here, we'll look here, and you're all driving around, that could have been a possibility of them finding the car. But who found the car? What time did they find the car? And who is the friend that were getting the messages?
I'd be looking at the friend she dropped off. I'd be the first person I'd be looking at if I was Ellie in this one.
And King Scarlett's right. You know, if this person is still missing, I mean, what if, God forbid, she was in the trunk of that car? You know, they shouldn't have been messing with it.
But like I said, they're not thinking true crime. They're not thinking crime scene.
Yeah. And I wonder if when they found the car, I wonder if they checked the back of it. That would have been very heartbreaking for the family to show up all excited they found their car and then pop the trunk. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then you have this tow truck driver that is just like touching all over it. And we get it. And I get the family, you know, I just wish they would have waited.
You would think any tow truck driver worth their weight in salt, though, would say, hey, wait a minute, she's missing? Maybe we should wait till the cops get here before we do anything with this car.
I mean, yeah, because, you know, a lot of those tow truck drivers, especially in larger cities like Dallas, I mean, there's, I can't remember where the place is, but the cops, where they pull them over on the interstate all the time and they're busting them for drugs and this and that, the tow truck drivers literally work with the cops, you know, to tow these cars off the interstate. So you would think that the tow truck driver would have been like you said, we got to wait. Let's let law enforcement get here. They need to do what they need to, because it should have been dusted for prints. Very first thing should have been dusted for prints before anybody touched it.
Yeah.
So we don't know where she was headed, right?
No.
What's interesting is that, so she makes a left out of Quick Trip onto Beltline Road, and then you've got to actually make like a right turn onto Lawson, almost like you're getting off the main road that you were on. So unless that's how she goes to get home, but if that's not the way she goes to get home, and that's the family found the car, I mean, how would they have known to, like, there's a bunch of different roads you could take off of that main road she turned left onto. But
yeah, and so we don't even know exactly where she lives at.
Yeah.
Because they're not saying that either. And Steve W. made a good point, and I was even kind of wondering about this earlier. Why is the brother-in-law doing the interview and talking, and did he find the car? We don't know which family member found the car, but yeah, it wasn't her parents, which I do get that they're upset. I get that. And they could have been like, okay, you know, maybe just handed that off to him to let him, you know, be the spokesperson for the family.
Well, you think the cops would say, hey, wait a minute, don't talk to the media yet. We're still trying to figure this out.
Yeah, because it is an ongoing investigation, and I do believe foul play is involved. Yeah, we'll be, hold on, let me grab a link for you. Yeah, there's something weird about this.
Yeah, when the friend got these text messages, I understand reaching out to the family and saying, you know, calling them immediately, you know, and I just got these very, you know, creepy messages. I'm going to call the police, you know, I'll come over, I'll screenshot these to you or whatever, but they should have
forwarded
reached
to
out
the law enforcement. Yeah, they should have.
Well, the whole forwarding to law enforcement makes me wonder too. You would think law enforcement would be like, "Give us the fucking phone." You're not just
Yeah.
going to forward us the text. We want the phone.
There's something not right with this.
The text thing is very confusing.
Yeah, especially with it being before, during, and after they made the missing person report. Why? Like, this, I don't know. There's something not right with this, and I'm writing down all these questions. Like, who found the car? How did they know where it was at? Like, we need a timeline. We need to know what they were doing earlier that day.
Hi,
Wilby, how are you?
Hello to everybody. I'm kind of behind on this case, so I'm gonna do a little listening. But this is what, 2 days ago?
She's been missing since September the 27th.
Okay, that's a difference.
Yeah, and her car was found on the 28th by family members, but she hasn't been found. But yes, well, not yesterday, Thursday afternoon around 5 something. Mesquite Police Department did get a phone call of some people who were out searching, and they found some human remains, but they haven't
ID'd them yet.
Yeah, they haven't ID'd them, but they did let the family know about it. That there were remains found, but they just haven't came out and said if they were her or not.
Thank you. Could very possibly be her. They
Yeah,
just
because it
haven't
was
done the ID yet.
Yeah, because the human remains were found right there close to where her car was found.
That's fishy.
Yeah.
Yeah, supposedly after that news lady said that the family said they searched that whole area.
All around. That was where her car was found.
Yeah, because apparently they've been searching this area for 2 weeks, and just now found them Thursday afternoon.
I don't want to be gross, but if you're anywhere around there, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the smell of
kind of be obvious.
death is, if you ever smell it, you'll know.
Yes, and it hasn't. Well, like I said, I'm 3.5 hours from Dallas. It hasn't been very hot here where I'm at, but that don't mean it ain't been hot over in Dallas.
I did some looking into bodies decomposing because I had another story. I had a friend's son who was in the jail in West Virginia, and he went missing, and they found him 27 days later. But I got to look it in, and he was decomposed. But I got to look it into it. And if you're in the elements, you can about fully decompose. I think it was 9 days. I read.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. She went missing on the 27th. Today, okay. Well, she was the remains were found on the 12th. So that would be 15 days after she went missing?
Yeah. It's been a while since I pulled that up. It's been a couple months, but I want to say it was 9 days. It wasn't very long at all.
There's a documentary out there. There's a doctor that has a farm.
Tennessee, yeah.
Yeah, where they put bodies outside.
Oh, so gross.
And they actually measure decomposition with different insects and
animals
and
all that, yeah.
humidity and temperature, and so they can tell in these investigations when they find someone, about how long it's been, depending on conditions and animals.
And the longer it goes, the less law enforcement can gather from any kind of autopsy at all, if anything.
Right.
But like you said, it's surprisingly short a period of time. Unless it's very cold climate, it happens really quick.
And they can also tell sometimes because of the insects that a body has been moved likely from one area to another. Sometimes they can, not all the time, but
yeah, different states of larvae and different states of flies, and I mean, there's a whole science behind it. It was actually a really interesting documentary. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, I've read into the University of Tennessee. They're, I think they got a name. I don't know. It's not Body Farm, but it's something. And they have a lot of acreage, and they just do all. People donate their bodies to science, and they do all kind of scenarios that they can learn stuff from.
I saw a case where they found leaves in the back of a truck, and those leaves aren't anywhere else but where that crime scene was.
Yeah, that's.
Was that the ones with was it leaves or was it those beans?
Well, I saw this one. It was leaves.
Okay, because I remember seeing one that had something to do. They were found in the back of a truck, but they were some kind of beans from a tree, and they were only in a certain area in that state.
I dropped that link in the chat and in the back chat.
Okay, thank you.
It's called the Body Farm. It's
Yeah, that's
extremely
what
interesting.
it is.
Well, guys, I am going to go ahead and go.
Good night, crime sleuthing.
Good night. I'm going to
Good
go
night,
watch.
Debbie.
I'm up to Halloween 3 now, so I'm going to go watch that. And
But don't get
Oh,
frightened.
what a wonderful bedtime
I mean, not
story.
Halloween 3. I keep saying that all day today. The Friday the 13th series is what I'm watching.
Oh, an even better bedtime story.
Yeah.
I'll see you at the juice bar.
See, that's why you were having those dreams.
All right, sweetheart.
I saw a really good movie last night, and I put it in Discord. It's called The Trial with Jamie Foxx and Tommy Lee Jones. If you guys want to watch, it's a true story. If you guys want to watch a good movie, watch it.
Good night, Scarlett. See you later.
All right, have a good night.
Good night, Debbie.
Okay, and I'm gonna drop this link in the chat as well. I'm sleeping at put. It's got a video on there.
Do they have any suspects at this point, or
As of right now, we haven't heard. We don't even know which family member found the car. All we know is that the night that she went missing, she took her friend home, which was at a mobile home park. She left from there, went down the road to a gas station, went in the store, got her a drink and some snacks, went back out to the car, pumped her gas, left, and then 10 minutes away from there, her car was found.
what was the time between when she left the gas station to when her car was found?
Well, she was at the gas station at 8. I think it's at 8:35 is when she pulled into the gas station that night on the 27th. Her car was found 10 minutes away from there the next day on the 28th. And we don't know who found the car. All we know is that it was someone in her family that found it. But they're saying that where the car was found is not her usual route that she would take to go home. So it seems kind of funny. Like, okay, we get that the family's out looking for her. How did they know if that's not the usual route? How did they know to go
How
to
did
that
they
area?
end up there? Yeah. How did they know so quick she was?
What is it?
Missing? I say, how did they know so quickly that she was missing?
Well, she didn't go to work the next day. She was reported missing.
Okay, that's what they.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you.
She's a teacher's assistant for the Dallas Independent School District, and when she didn't show up the next day, it was, they called it in or whatever, and they said that she's very punctual at going to work. Like she's not one that is late for work, misses work, or whatever. But also, before, during, and after, the family is reporting her missing because they went to Dallas Police Department to report her missing. But because she was seen in another area, which is where this trailer park was at, Dallas PD told her family to go there and do the missing person report.
Jurisdiction, yeah. Well,
yeah. So all this is going on. A friend of hers is getting text messages from someone that she doesn't know who they are, but basically saying, hey, do you have someone missing? You're never going to find her. You're never going to see her again. And then the brother-in-law is saying that these random text messages was also basically implying that this friend is going to be next. So there had to have been more text messages that was sent to the friend that they haven't put out to the public yet, which I understand that as well.
Yeah, that's scary.
Yeah. So there's something's not adding up because the way that they're saying she was going down the road, when her car was found, it was on that road, but it was facing the opposite direction.
It's almost as if she saw somebody waving for help
That's
that she knew.
And she turned around and came back.
Well, she came back and she looks like she's facing head on, like they need a jump for a battery or something, face to face, because she's facing she's facing ongoing traffic. But the second bizarre thing is, the family knows this. They've got to know. It's got to register in their head. This is a crime scene. Don't mess with that car. I would have called police and stayed away from it. I know A lot of people think they might be in a panic. I agree with you, Big Al, but I had a situation like that, and I didn't touch anything in the house when we had a burglary.
But I heard something earlier about the trunk not getting opened or something.
Oh no, I was
a different
just saying. No, that was this case, but I was just saying, like, I wonder whenever the family found the car, if they popped the trunk to look in it.
I would have probably done that, but I would
Well,
have been careful not to.
The thing is, though, if they don't have her key fob, they got to get into the car in order to pop the trunk. But if the car's locked, then how would they have gotten in the? So I wonder if the car was locked, because you can't get in the car without the key fob being right there close to the car to unlock it.
And we don't know why she was going down that road, do we?
No.
I agree with you, Riddler. It seems like she just thought, oh, they need help. They look like they're okay or whatever. It had to be somebody she run into.
And we don't know what her and this friend was doing earlier in the day. Who they were around. Did she talk to someone after she dropped a friend off? Did she, we don't know exactly when all this was going on, when the friend received these text messages. Was it after she had done left the gas station, but before she was found or found out that she was missing, I guess I should say? Like, we don't know that either. King has it solved. So King Scarlett said, how convenient that they're going to go after a friend as well, out of all of the people in the world, and for what reason? Yeah, I'm not buying it. There's something. That's why King Scarlett, I'm wondering if it's this friend that she took home.
Yep, that's why I'd be looking at her.
That's
what I'd be looking at.
You got to start from inside, no matter how uncomfortable it is, and work out. That's what you got to do every time.
Because if it's the friend that she dropped off that's getting these messages, then it has to be someone that they both know, that they were more than likely around earlier in the day, or possibly one of the two had an issue with, which we don't know that yet either. If either one of them, or because when she goes to the store, to the gas station, and gets her gas, like we watched the footage of it earlier, she doesn't act like she's stressed, scared, worried about somebody rolling up on her, nothing like that. Like, she gets out of her car and goes in the store. And gets her stuff. Yeah,
the random texts are the key to this whole thing.
Yeah, she's even wearing flip flops. I mean, she's not in a state to run from anybody.
Shorts, t-shirt, and flip flops. Like, she's not worried about nothing.
Interesting thing is too that the brother-in-law said the text came from an unrecognized phone number. So I mean, if it's somebody that kidnapped her, took her phone and then sent a text to, I don't know, maybe the last person she texted with, just to, I don't know, maybe you think they were trying to like extort money from her and saying, look, we're gonna find, using your phone, we're gonna find somebody that you care about, and we're gonna text them.
That's gonna be what's key, is the time that those text messages came.
Yeah.
That's what's going to be key, because I got to exit up this.
Well, hopefully it was some idiot who thought using text now would be anonymous and their IMEA is buried in it, and by the time they're done investigating the electronics end of this thing, they're caught.
Right.
Because the texts don't make sense.
No, and these people have been searching this area where her car was found for 2 weeks. And then all of a sudden remains are found in the area that they've been searching for 2 weeks.
Do we know how far from where the car was actually parked off the side of the road, I'm guessing, to where the body was? Or is there
No, we don't know yet.
No,
so we don't know if it was 100 yards or a mile or whatever.
No, the only thing, and I've got...
Reminds me a lot of the Kylie Rodney case.
Weird vibes.
They're looking in the same spot where they find it, and nobody saw it the whole time.
So I want to ask one more question. How long did it take them to find the vehicle?
That I don't know. They never have said what time on the 28th they found it. I don't know if it was morning time, afternoon, or what.
With the vehicle?
No, they had a tow truck. The family members had a tow truck to come and tow it to one of the family members' house. Ellie, they didn't. And once again, we all said it. Family members could have been happy they found it and wasn't thinking about it possibly being a crime scene and needed to be processed by the police. But they found the car. they call a tow truck and have it towed to a family member's
Because I'm
house.
thinking possibly, maybe she had car troubles, she got out, maybe she got hit, and the person that hit her didn't, wanted to cover up, blah blah blah. And
I mean,
just a thought.
I don't know how long the news media had put out that she's missing, but nobody else saw this car that travels up and down this road and reports it. But yet a family member finds the car.
It truly isn't that
in
abnormal
an
to see
area
cars on the side of the road.
Yeah, I mean, here it's not. And now, if we know whose car it belongs to, we may check and see if they need help with it or something like that. But there's random cars around here that we don't even know who they belong to sitting on the side of the road.
If a car sits on the side of the road in my city, it's going to be vandalized.
They slap a sticker on them in this area, and it gives you so many days, like 72 hours, to get it moved off the highway, off the side of the highway, or they tow it. And
they don't do that here. That car, you may pass a car for a month or two, and it still be sitting on the side of the road here. Okay, so here's the thing from Mesquite Police Department. Let me pull it up real quick. Okay, and for anybody who wants to follow this case, follow Mesquite Police Department and Seagoville Police Department on Facebook. All right, so it says Mesquite Police Department Information Office press release. Death investigation on October the 12th at 5:53 p.m. Mesquite police officers were dispatched to an area near Interstate 20 and Lawson Road to investigate the discovery of human remains. The Mesquite Police Department was contacted by the Seagoville Police Department, who were searching a wooded area and located human remains within the city limits of Mesquite. The identity of the deceased is pending identification by the Dallas County Medical Examiner's Office and notification of the next of kin. And there is an ongoing investigation, and more information will be released as it becomes available. And if anyone has any information about this offense, contact Major Crimes in the city of Mesquite. And then there was something else. I'll have to see if I can find it that was attached with this somewhere else. Was talking about it having to do possibly with her case, with Jennifer's case.
I'm going to jump down, y'all. I got to go buy a bunch of brisket tomorrow, so I got to be up early.
All right. Well, have fun with
Good night,
that.
Big Al.
Y'all have a good night. Yeah, I'll save you some, brother.
Thank you.
Good night, Al.
I'll make sure I cut off the good end for you.
God bless you, brother. I'm glad somebody finally looked out for me.
There you go. All right, y'all. Take care.
All right. You too. Have a good night. Okay, let me pull up Mesquite again. I'm going to drop Mesquite Police Department's link.
Well, I wish Big Al and I were neighbors. We get along fine.
Y'all would be eating good too, it sounds like.
Well, tomorrow's college football. It's like a holy day. It's like a religion.
Lord.
And I'm going to sit there, and I've got them all mapped out. I got 3 televisions. Some could put 4 on one screen. And I just watch these games, and barbecue. You know how Southerners are. Barbecue and college football. It doesn't get better than that.
Okay, so True Crime with Legacy just put in chat. I just read the remains were found 3.5 miles near where the search began. So NBC DFW shared that. So thank you, Legacy. And Legacy, if you want to come up on panel to talk about this, you're more than welcome to. Drop the link in case they want to come up. Just, I don't know, y'all. There's something that just doesn't sit right with this case.
Yeah, because see, I'm wondering if that's a heavily traffic road.
Well, so when the lady was doing, the news lady was on there, yeah, there was like a lot of cars going through there because a lot of them are probably getting off the I-20, and I-20 is very, very heavy with traffic. I hate driving on I-20 because of the traffic.
Of course, we don't know the time limit, but if you report someone missing, the police department is going to say we need a tag number and a vehicle. Then all of a sudden they see that white vehicle on the side of the road, they're going to pull by and stop.
Yeah.
And I'm sure police went up and down that road. Here, these guys are sharp. They'll stop. They'll look at a car. Oh, you got one just like the one we're looking for. I go, thanks.
Right. Like, we need to just let us search your car to make sure, everything's good. Desperado, I'm doing good, thank you. And thank you for joining us tonight. All right, let me get Tony up here. Tony, how are you?
Hello, guys. How you going? I'm following the New Zealand elections on tonight. Well, we'll be. Let me talk. I'm following the New Zealand election tonight, so it's very critical stuff. I'll give you updates throughout the night, but I'll be in the background. I probably won't be watching chat, but I'll be here. I'll give you some updates. Very important night tonight. Oh, and release no bigger.
Lord, I can't type tonight, y'all.
I was going to say hi, Tony.
Riddler, hey, mate.
Tony, how are you?
I love seeing Tony in other channels.
Yeah, Riddler's been stalking me all over the internet.
Everywhere.
I'd give anything to have your voice.
It's common here, mate.
Is it?
Yeah, it's nothing special, mate.
Okay, so Aaron says that it's odd to me. Ellie said report missing where she was last seen. Does that sound odd or a thing? I think it's a good thing to report her missing where she was last seen, just because if they can put the information out to that area as well. And that way, in case someone from that area might have seen something. But it's also good to do it where you're from as well. So like they went to Dallas PD and did a report, and also Seagoville. So you've got it in two places. Hey, Elliot, how are you? All right. Yeah, I had the map pulled up and I forgot exactly what I was looking for. Okay. It's old age, y'all, is catching up with me. I'm trying to find where I was at earlier on the map. Let's see, gonna go from there.
So I think I found the location where they shot that interview for the CBS News, and where they showed the photo of the car. Yeah, it's just a bit north of Lawson and Milam Road.
Okay, that might have been.
You can actually see the windy creek, I think, that she was talking about. It's
okay, yeah, because they did say that out in the woods there was a creek. So that would be right here. I do remember seeing a bridge.
Yeah, the specific thing I looked for was, like, you can see in the photo with the car, there's two telephone poles, and one of the poles has like three retaining wire, or I guess that's what you call them, going to the ground. So they fan off and as like three wires. And yeah, I was able to find that on Google Earth. And it's right before that little bridge there.
Okay, so it's before I went past the bridge, so let me go back this way. I do remember seeing, though, no, I didn't go far enough. But on my Google Maps, it shows that there's no leaves on the trees. So I'm just going to have to look for those.
You see, I think I can I give you
you should be able to
I should be able to get coordinates, right, from that, and then just paste them to you.
Yeah, I think so. I think that's what I did earlier when I had maps pulled up. I hit something, and it pulled up coordinates. And I don't know what I hit and couldn't get off of it. But hopefully they'll come out with some more information on this. Maybe like what her or just her and the friend were doing earlier that day, and if anybody happened to see them around earlier that day and notice someone following them or someone acting strange around, you know what I'm saying? Like, just some more information, because it's almost like they're not wanting to put this out to the public. And somebody had to have seen something somewhere.
Yeah, just put the coordinates in private chat. I don't know how
Okay.
easy that is to actually use, but actually, probably if you just put it in the search box in Google Earth, it should take you right there.
Okay, well, look, I don't use Google Earth, so it should work on maps.
Or Google Maps. I think same. I think it'll.
I don't like Google Earth.
Get there.
Google Earth is complicated.
Cool thing about Google Earth is that you can make these little, the what do you call them, projects or whatever. They just keep all your info, URLs, pictures.
I'm gonna have to go to Google Earth though, because whenever I
I'm
put it in
looking
Google
at
Maps, it says that it
like
can't
a
be
power
found.
line. Right.
Yeah, across the road from where the car was found, there's like 2 poles that's there, and then you can see there, like the bridge is down from it. I don't want to explore. Dang, I pulled up Google Earth and it took me right back to Moscow, to the girl's house. I left off last time.
So as far as we know, there's no ransom note.
No.
And it's just told that you'll never see her again. You know you won't, and you're next.
Well, we don't know if it says you're next, because if that's what one of them said, that hasn't been put out to the public. The brother-in-law is the one that's putting it out to the public, that it sounds like that the friend's next. I'm not saying that the brother-in-law has anything to do with it, but I think the brother-in-law, just my hunch, should be looked into as well. Okay, I found I-30. Now I gotta find I-20. I'm out of Dallas. Go. I just don't like Google Maps. I mean Google Earth. Okay, so now I need to find Lawson Road and Milam Road.
And I just emailed you a still picture from the CBS News report where you can see the telephone poles as a reference.
King Scarlet, that's when I pulled up Google Earth. It's where it took me back to. Well, I left off the last time.
It's basically just a little bit north of Lawson and Milam Road. There's like an open field, the first big open field you come to, that has a windy, like snake-shaped creek that I guess, that ends up going under that bridge that you can see in the background of the news report. But it's they're basically.
So the screenshot that you sent to me, it's like close to the bridge. Is that a bridge behind it? Yeah, that's a bridge back there, ain't it?
But I see what you mean, because at first I didn't understand what you meant by the car pointing in the wrong direction. But yeah, it's pointed as if it's turned around to head back to the gas station in that direction, which I didn't really pick up on. But yeah, you could tell because of the side of the road that the telephone poles are on that it's, that helped locate the exact spot. But yeah, if you go down to like road view or street view, you can definitely see those retaining wires on the telephone poles. And it's just a little bit before that bridge.
Okay, so here is my
Which maybe that water has a name. Let me say. Oh, it's South Mesquite Creek. That's what that bridge in that windy creek is.
Okay, and in that, I'm gonna pull this picture up real quick, y'all, that Jeff H sent to me, because it looks like her hood has been popped on her car. Let me pull this up. Does it look like that her car her car hood, it's been popped. That doesn't look like it's closed all the way.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah,
Are you
maybe she
talking
did
about
stop
the
to give
hood?
somebody a jump.
Yeah, like her
Right.
hood is not closed all the way.
That's what I was saying earlier because I was looking at from the other angle on the other side,
Uh-huh.
and I was thinking she's turned that way. Somebody's waving her down, so she sees them. Oh, that's so and so. She feels comfortable enough to pull up there. They pop her hood up like they're going to jump start the car. Maybe she gets out, and now the dirty deeds are done. I don't know.
Right.
But
I'm going
it
to
is,
email you the other picture of the car from the other angle.
Okay.
and of course, I'm speculating bigger
I
than
mean,
that.
but it makes sense what you're saying, though, Riddler. I mean, but I wonder, did somebody call her that she is like, hey, I'm on Lawson Road, broke down. Can you come help me? You know what I'm saying? And she gets over there thinking she's going to help somebody, and
Well, but wouldn't they have all transactions?
Yeah, they'd have her phone records.
yeah.
I know you can put up fake phone numbers. There's an app for that
Mm-hmm.
where you can dial someone and it'll show yours as a fake, or you can block phones. But I bet you if they dig deep enough,
They
the
can
phone
find
company
it.
can find out who did it because it still comes from the same. What? Well, we don't have Big Al here.
Aaron, it's on Lawson Road. When you're going down Lawson Road, you'll pass Milam Road. It looks to be like it's between Milam Road and the bridge on Lawson. So yeah, for some reason, it's obviously she wouldn't have been driving with her hood popped open like this.
I'll send you a picture of the Google Earth marker that I put on here.
Okay.
I wouldn't have touched that car for anything. I'd have called the police right off the bat. Not only that, there could be evidence on the exterior on the ground. I mean, it could be something as simple as a cigarette butt of the bad person.
Right.
If that's what this is.
I'm gonna move. I just want to pull that picture up because I had noticed that right whenever he sent it to me.
Well, what year is that vehicle?
2015.
I want to go look at one on the internet and see if it looks the same way. If it's that big of a gap on the hood.
Yeah, it's a 2015 Buick LaCrosse. Steve, I believe Legacy said a minute ago the remains were found 3.5 miles from where the search had originally started, but I'm not sure exactly how far from the car that is. Eric, we don't know if
that
it's
hood does
her
look
that
like
did
it's a
that.
little bit up.
Yeah, it looks like, because I mean, you can see on underneath the hood, like it was popped, but it wasn't shut back, or it might not even been opened.
I've got the place pulled up on Google Maps, but that looks like a power line right away. What I'm looking at.
Keeps bringing me whenever I hit my thing, and I don't want to go all the way to the bridge.
Did you see that picture I sent you?
Let me go check that.
I can send you a picture from of the car from the internet.
Okay, let's see. I got Jennifer's car from passenger side, and then Google Earth pick up where Jennifer's car was found. Okay, so I got two other ones I need to open. Okay, give me 1 second to get them pulled up. Eric, you're welcome. Yes, even in this picture, it looks like it's not. closed. And I'll bring these pictures up in just 1 second, y'all, where y'all can see them as well. Let me get this last one downloaded real quick. Sally Mae, yes. They
this
are.
picture of the car, Jeff, where are you getting it from?
Yeah, I found where'd this come from? I just did a Google search for 2015 Buick LaCrosse.
Oh, okay.
And there's a nice, PNG. It's got transparency and everything. It'd be where's it from though? Which one is it?
So we don't have
you know
a
what?
picture of her car, but we yet, or do we?
No, the one that I just had up on the screen is her car.
Okay, I'll go back.
I'm fixing to pull it back up.
I see it.
Yeah, Scarlett, I emailed you. One email's got 3 pictures in. It's got photos of Jennifer's car, and then it's got one photo from the internet that you can compare.
Okay.
But yeah, it sure looks to me like the hood is open. It's supposed to be a tighter.
It's tighter clothes.
Yeah.
Bullets, how are you?
Oh, definitely open.
Okay, so let me download these 3 real quick. Yeah, see the one that you found, like the stock photo, you can for sure tell that it is open. See if I got this one. Okay, so I've got that one, the second one, and okay, so the one with the 3, I got 2 of them already that you had sent. I just didn't have the stock photo. All right. So yeah, you can tell that it's not, because there's a stock photo of the same car that she has, and the hood doesn't, there's no gap. Let's see, Summer said, I just looked at that car, the side of the hood has a small gap, but not the front.
It's nowhere close to that.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see if I can do it like this.
And then that second picture at the bottom there, that's the map.
That's
from Google Earth.
unquestionable.
Okay,
Yeah,
which one?
that is open.
Yeah.
For sure.
All your little pictures along the bottom there. That second picture was, I think, the one of the Google Earth, right?
Yes.
I'm wondering if
Yeah.
her parents found this car or whatever. Her friends.
It was just someone in the family. They didn't say which family member found it.
Now, Scarlett, we won't see that hood in that gas station video, will we?
I can go back and see if we can see it. Give me a second.
That's a good thought.
And I'll try to.
Because it could be a thing where the hood got misaligned or something's broken there and she's going to get it fixed
or
later.
when they got there to open something, they had to do something with the back. I'm trying to think of what reason that would be, and it's not coming to me, but.
Yeah, maybe if you didn't, you didn't close it hard enough, it just, might be latched but not completely pushed down.
But nobody would need to open that hood.
Yeah, I can't think of a reason.
I can see maybe the trunk. Make sure she ain't in the back of there, or back seat of the car. Look
Or
through
she
the window.
had car troubles and somebody other than helper got the hood up.
But I wouldn't let anybody come within 20 feet of that car until the police got there. Nobody.
I wouldn't either, and I think most people in here wouldn't have either, just because we've been following true crime and but I see their point of it too.
Brooklyn says she lives 30 minutes from there.
Oh wow! So Brooklyn's like super close in.
Brooklyn will be our correspondent.
Makes you wonder that if she had seen like a woman maybe in a car broken down, needed a jump start, if she would have pulled over to help, and then not seen the man that was, or whoever, or how many was,
That's what I was
abducted
saying.
her.
Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier. Somebody waves her down. She's comfortable enough to pull over. She might even talk to him and says, "Here, I'll pull around."
She could have opened her hood to maybe give somebody a jump.
And see, once again,
changed. And she got.
Once again, I don't know if there's any place for dirt there, but now that the wrecker has pulled up and dragged that car across the tire tracks of the other vehicle. Because if there's dirt there, it's just that car tracks will still be there. I don't know how many days it's been there. Let me take that back. If it's only 8 hours or within 24 hours, those car tracks will still be there. And no telling what other kind of evidence. Like I said, it could be anything from a toothpick, but they'll have DNA on it, to a cigarette butt, a cigar, even a pen with the fingerprints. They'll hit everything here. They find everything, they grab it.
Okay, so Brooklyn is saying she is north of Dallas. Have you heard anything about this case?
I just looked at the gas station footage. It's all of the back of the car. You don't really get a view of the front.
Okay. Michelle, thank you. Okay, and Brooklyn says no, she hasn't. She's literally 30 minutes from here, from where this happened, and has heard nothing about it.
Well, you were right about one thing, Scarlett. Like you said, nobody's heard about it.
This is crazy. And like I said, I hadn't heard about it anywhere on YouTube. And then not long before I went live, I did see something, Jules of All Trades was going to do a video, and then she heard about the remains being found. And so I don't know if she put the video up or not about it. She could have.
Check
she
real
may
quick.
be waiting. She may be waiting, until they've been identified. Okay, so if we can't see the car, then there's no use to pull that video up. But I did drop Legacy's Twitter link in the chat. If y'all are not following her and you want to keep up with this case and some other cases that she has going on,
Scarlett, she has not put anything up as of yet.
Okay, so she may be waiting yet.
I'm gonna look at her community post and see if she.
Okay, and let me see. I just did another screenshot. Now I'm gonna find it. With this, the family has made a statement since it was put out about the remains being found. It kind of sounds like maybe they know that it's her, but they're just waiting. Okay. All right, so the top part is in Spanish, and the bottom part just says, "Thank you to all the people who have shared at the search for my niece, Jennifer Mendez. From the bottom of my heart, thank you for your prayers. This has been the most resentful thing that is known. I ask you to keep my cousin and family in your prayers, and that the people responsible for this pain be captured and on them all the weight of the law." So it kind of sounds like they know that it's her. They're just waiting for the confirmation, the identification and all that. So keep this family in your prayers. Michelle, how are you? Yeah, she was missing, but tried finding out of remains. Yeah, Michelle, as of right now, I don't think the remains have been identified. They were found Thursday afternoon at like 5 something, almost 6 o'clock. Okay, so they
would have to do dental records, you would think, to ID her.
Yeah, and that could take
a
while.
You never know where or if they exist, so who knows?
That is sad. So if it does turn out to be her, then the next thing for the investigation is to find out who and why. Not necessarily the why. It's more important. It's more important to find out who than why, I guess. But yeah, this is sad.
Very.
And it's crazy that it hasn't been broadcasted out further. So Richie, you have a good night. I don't know. I'm gonna keep up with it, and if I see anything that comes out with any type of confirmation on the identification, I'll post it on my community page. Keep everybody caught up with it, but still needs to be a timeline.
I just put a couple things there in a private chat.
Okay. Grab them real quick. Okay, so nothing on her.
What kind of job did she have? She worked at the school, but what kind of a job at the school?
She was a teacher's assistant.
Okay. She didn't work in a cafeteria, right?
No, it just said a teacher's assistant. Okay, so it says on her Facebook that she lives in Guerrero, Mexico from Dallas, Texas, but I don't know when that was, when she put that on her Facebook, and there's been nothing posted since March. I'm gonna save this so I can go through it and look at it.
I can't believe, it's hard for me to believe that this how little anybody's heard about this.
No, because Daniel from Drunk Turkey was in here earlier. He lives in San Antonio. He said he hadn't heard about it. Brooklyn, 30 minutes from here, hasn't heard about it. Cole the Herd is from that area, hasn't heard about it.
I say all the time, for every case we cover, there's 100 just like it we don't know about.
If that's the correct high school where she worked at, that's like less than 4 miles away from the gas station.
Wasn't it? I remember seeing Seagoville High School on the map.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's where she went. That's not where she worked.
How old is she?
24. Aaron's 165 miles away in Austin, and they haven't heard anything. I mean, you would think, but I get Dallas is a big place. If we have a missing person.
Oh, here's another Facebook page that is showing, that somebody had posted missing person. It's a Facebook page called Mendez Gris. I don't know if that must be a relative, maybe. I'll put that in a private chat.
I think people that lived in Texas would have at least heard
about it. Yeah.
I mean, I can understand it not going, wider for a day or two, but living within an hour of her.
Yeah. And I mean, there's nothing out of the ordinary like on her Facebook either. Hey, Mark, how are you? Yeah, Aaron, teacher's assistant is what they were saying.
Now, the other lady they found deceased, she worked in the cafeteria at the school in Dallas, right?
Wait,
have y'all seen that one?
I haven't seen that one.
They just made an arrest on it. I'll get that one to you.
Okay.
That's a weird coincidence. Don't they in Austin? Don't they think they've got a SK loose? In that
somebody
area?
is in here tonight talking about that.
Yeah, I've seen something on it.
Or maybe it was Riddler was talking about that they thought they had one down that way or something.
It's in Austin. They have a lot of downtown music area. Mm-hmm. But I've just heard something about it. I hadn't followed it real close.
Okay, so it is once again, y'all, showing tonight that I have a new member, but it's not popping up in my chat. If you have joined membership, thank you. I didn't see it. It's not popping up, and it's not showing me who it is. I did this the other night too, and I don't know why it's doing that. Yes, Eric, Kaitlin Armstrong, that woman there. she bolted from the cops the other day.
They arrested somebody who is the potential SK in Austin. His name is Raul Mesa Jr. Arrested last week after he called and confessed to unaliving Gloria Lofton in 2019 and 80-year-old Jesse Fraga last month.
That's the one I was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
Okay.
But I knew I'd seen something about a SK in Austin.
Yeah. There's about 30 of them in there.
There's a bunch of, there's a lot more than that.
And I was reading when there's 1,000 kids missing in Cleveland, Ohio.
Isn't that crazy?
Wow.
That's fentanyl. It's got to be. A lot of them, not all of them. You can't bunch them all into one thing, but.
Globa, Kaitlin Armstrong is the lady. She was, I think hers was in the Austin area too. She was caught up in, she was going with this guy. They broke up. The guy starts, I guess, dating this other girl who was a pro cyclist. And he goes to drop the girl off at a friend's house that she's staying with while she's in town for a bike race. And Kaitlin follows him there. Her car is called on camera. She goes into the friend's house, murders. The woman's name is Mariah Wilson. The friend finds Mariah deceased in her house. And then Kaitlin flees. She flees the country. They find her in Costa Rica like 40 something days later. And she, at the time they were saying that she had, I guess, a nose job or something in order to change her appearance. And this happened last year. And then she ended up getting arrested. Well, like a day or so ago, she faked an illness, come to find out, in order to get an outside doctor's appointment. When they took her to the doctor's appointment, she was walking out of the building. She bolted from the police and took off running. And they finally caught her like a few blocks away. But I mean, they knew this woman's a runner. They should have put shackles on her.
They said she was out of their eyesight just a little bit.
Yeah. Mark, thank you so much for that super chat. Mark says, missed a few shows or working long hours. Well, Mark, thank you so much for that. That's very nice. And thank you for joining us tonight. Yeah, I mean, it kind of found out that this Kaitlin woman had been, like, she was huge into yoga. So she's been working on her yoga. She's been exercising. She's been training for this escape. And they found some stuff in her jail cell when they went in looking and all that after her incident a few days ago. And found some stuff in there that they said was going to help her escape. But she didn't make it, I think, like
said she had fled to Costa Rica last summer.
Yeah. Yeah, she fled.
They better hold on to her.
That's what I'm saying. If you take an inmate that you know is a runner outside of the jail to a doctor's appointment, you shackle them. You don't just let them walk freely.
And sedate them.
Yeah,
that too.
That's what we have to do to my dog when we take him into the doctor sometimes.
Well, apparently, though, she faked this injury so she could get the out. Like, this woman's been, she's been working on this escape plan for months, they said. And when she took off running, they said that she had on a purple scrub light type shirt that they give them in jail and a pair of black and white striped pants. And she took the pants off and she had thermal pants on under it so she could try to disguise her appearance.
Yeah. It says here she, for reasons for seeking treatment, they didn't reveal because of confidentiality laws.
Yeah, it's HIPAA laws.
Yeah.
So anything medical is HIPAA, and then it can be
you
a
don't lie
violation.
to somebody, but you still got your HIPAA.
Yep. Oh yeah,
confidentiality.
HIPAA's a huge thing. So.
Hey everybody, I think my pillow is calling me. I can hear it.
Uh-oh.
I better listen.
All right. Well, thank you for coming up tonight.
Yeah, thanks. I think the last time I got up on panel with y'all, we were trying to find that guy who, remember, he slept in a Taco Bell parking lot and his wife was trying to find him.
Yeah,
remember that?
It was his wife and his mom.
Yeah.
Yeah, his mom. I forgot who that was. His mom was in chat, and then finally, they kept calling him, and he woke up, and he
Yeah,
turned out to
yeah,
be everything turned out to be fine with that. Yeah, I
yeah.
remember that.
After
Yeah,
after after a big old Taco Bell meal, that's what happens to me too. I just pass out.
yeah, because I think he had been traveling, wasn't it, from like Mississippi back to Tennessee, I believe it was, and he
Yeah,
pulled
yeah,
over.
yeah,
Yeah, I remember that.
Yo
yeah.
quiero Taco Bell.
Tiki, have a good night.
All right, thanks y'all. I'll
All
see you
right,
All right,
soon.
good night.
you're
All
welcome.
right,
Thanks for coming up. Have a good night.
you too. Bye bye.
Bye. Yeah, that was, oh God, that was like a long time ago.
I don't even remember it, so I know it was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was, I forgot who it was that was in our chat. She come in and said that they couldn't get in touch, like she thought her son was missing. And they kept calling, so I stopped what I was doing with the live and went to trying to get as much information as I could get, to put out. And he was, I believe he was a doctor or was doing some type of medical something down in Mississippi or Alabama one, and was driving back to, he was going to drive straight through back to Tennessee, back home. And he had pulled over to Taco Bell and ate, and then he fell asleep in the parking lot, and they couldn't get in touch with him. And they thought something had happened. And they finally kept calling and calling, and he finally woke up, and he was fine. He drove on back home. But yeah, that was like several months ago. Thank you, Eric. Yeah, Summer, do you remember who that was in the chat? I can't even remember now. I know we had like Summer's calling the hospital. Somebody else's husband was doing something. I don't forgot.
I tell
But
you,
yeah.
you never wish
Go
for a
ahead.
case, but this could turn out to be a really mystery. Who
Yeah,
done it?
because I mean, like I said, if it does turn out to be her remains,
Yeah.
the next step in the investigation would be to find out who did this to her and why.
Start close and work out.
Yeah. In being close to I-20, you can get anywhere. I think Riddler said earlier, I-20 going east goes all the way to South Carolina. I believe west, I want to say goes all the way to, I don't think it goes as far as Juarez. I'd have to pull the map back up and see, but it goes, I know, way out through Texas and all that. And it's very heavily populated with traffic. That's right, Eric. He had a government job in a laboratory, and they didn't know exactly what it was. Allegedly, Annie. Thank you, Michelle. That's who it was. But yeah, they didn't know a whole lot about his job, just that he worked and had the government job in the lab.
Aaron said the Austin SK lived 5 miles from her.
So the Austin SK lived 5.2 miles from me, where he unallowed the 80-year-old man, his old parole officer. So sad. I remember them saying something about an SK, or they thought it was an SK down in that area.
They have a ton of open. They think some are connected. They don't know how many, but Riddler said 30, but I think he's pretty close.
Yeah. Aaron, it runs through Louisiana, all through Mississippi, Alabama. I think Riddler said to South Carolina, I believe.
Yeah, I'll find out how many states it goes to. It might even go through some other ones. Let me look.
Okay, because I want to say to like I-95. Because I remember we went to Jersey. It seems like we took 20 to I-95 and then went north.
Yeah, all federal highways that are even go east-west, and the odd ones go north-south.
North-south, yep. Because we have I-20 and then I-10, and the east and west interstates are every 10. So I-10, 20, 30 on up, and then we've got I-49 that runs north and south.
Yeah, I just confirmed it runs all the way to South Carolina.
Okay.
So it's going through
Columbia?
Georgia. Yeah, going right to Columbia, South Carolina.
Yeah, I went to the Augusta National. I went to the Masters one year, and I remember.
Home of the Gamecocks.
You know what I told you about the Gamecocks and the Demon Deacons, don't you? We won't repeat it.
Yep.
That was funny. I look back at that. And we got double secret probation for that.
Eric said that the list lived 10 minutes from him. That's, you never know who, like, the crazy people are that you live close to.
She says something about a hike and bike trail, and I keep telling people these trails are not safe.
You know what? Remember the other night we were talking about that, and I said that there was a body that was found off of the trail, and I was going to try to find it, the article, to find out where it was at, and now I can't find nothing about it, about the lady that was found on the trail. I can't remember where it was at, what state, or the name of the trail, or anything. I can't find nothing about it now.
You know, when I was a kid, my buddies and I, we would ride our bicycles through trails in the woods because we got tired of riding all the roads, and we do all kind of. We camped out in the woods at night. I mean, we're in junior high and high school.
We did the same thing, Riddler, during the summer.
Right, and we could almost do it all year round here. And now I wouldn't let, if I had a child, I wouldn't let them dare go in the woods.
I live at the end of a dirt road, and I know every single person, like half the people live on my road I'm kin to. I still wouldn't let a child go up and down this road. There's people that come down here all the time that we don't even know who they are and turn around to end the road.
I can never have a child because I never take my eyes off of them.
That's a good thing, though.
I'd be just like a hawk. I mean, everybody says I'm the best parent when my nephew and nieces come over. They said, well, you sit out there and guard them like a hawk. And I said, you get damn straight.
I mean, you have to now.
I know the dangers out there. A lot of other people, I don't.
And see, that's the thing with true crime. And I think I had mentioned this like a couple of months ago. Just doing true crime, it opens your eyes and you're very hyper focused and sensitive to what goes on in the world just by the cases that we cover on here.
It's like my sister.
Go ahead, Riddler.
I was going to say, it's like my sister. She has a cute little chihuahua. It's passed away now, but she would let it out in the backyard to go do its thing and then come on back in. And she went to let it out. I said, don't let that dog out. There's a eagle sitting up over there. That eagle will come down and scoop it right up.
No.
And she
Eagles,
said,
frogs, or anything.
yeah, because once they wrap the talons in, they're not coming out.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
It's kind of like a python snake. Once they're in there, it's hard to get them out because they're curved.
You know the Dr. Peterson case in North Carolina that his wife supposedly fell down the steps and he went to trial and he was
oh yeah, wasn't his name? No, he wasn't Scott Peterson.
Owl may have been what unalived her. And if you watch I can't tell you which one it was on, maybe Netflix or Amazon, but the evidence that they put together is almost convincing 100% that that's what happened. And it makes sense of everything where the blood stains were in the house. And you just have to watch it.
And Aaron just brought up a good thing. Wasn't it the FedEx, man? You can't trust them now.
Oh my God. That was,
that little girl in Texas.
Yeah, I remember that.
Oh, what was her name? There was another little girl that had the same name.
I tell you what, it's a mean, evil world out there.
It's evil around every corner.
I can't remember that baby's name now.
Hey, you can't take your kids to Walmart and let them get an aisle away from you.
Athena Strand. Thank you, JC. There was another little girl named Athena that in a separate case like a month or two ago. And we were watching that one live as it was happening with the FedEx truck or UPS. I can't remember. I think it was FedEx. A lot of people thought that it might have been the stepmom and all that. It was the dang delivery dude.
My oldest boy, he's got two little kids, and he doesn't let any of their pictures on any kind of social media other than family can see, because people see these kids and they target them.
Yep.
And if they happen to live close to one of these crazy people, you just don't know.
Yeah, it's very sad for kids living in today's age because, like Riddler was saying, even I mean, I'll be 43 Monday, and even whenever I was younger in the 80s, we could ride our bike up and down like the back roads and never have to worry about anything. Right through the woods, trails, never thought nothing of it. Now you can't let a kid do that. Because, I mean, if it ain't an adult doing something to them, it's another kid doing something to them, another teenager, or anything like that. It's craziness.
Okay, we grew up in lucky times, Riddler.
Yeah.
I'm just hoping the good days aren't over for sure.
Yeah, we were lucky. I can remember camping out in the summer. I mean, when school was out, I mean, we might do 2 nights in a row and come home in the morning and get another pack of hot dogs and whatever and go to the lake and fish and camp out another night if we felt like it.
Can't let them do that no more, though.
And it's every day another case breaks or another missing person or another this. It just.
I know. Now,
I mean,
like with Jennifer's case, it did say in one of the articles that I read that she was entered into the NCIC database. You know, the National Crime Info Center or whatever. So she was entered into that, but you know, there should have been more put out in her area than what was put out. More people should have known about it.
Something tells me that the Spanish, they gave that message in Spanish that maybe they're Hispanic.
Yeah, her family is.
They
Yeah.
weren't quick to be able to communicate. They weren't as able to communicate with the community and the authorities as they usually. So there's a little disconnect, possibly. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it could have been, but I think I would say in Dallas, they probably have Spanish speaking. I would think all over Texas, most law enforcement places in Texas probably have Spanish speaking officers.
They're just not as apt to go
But
that
yeah, it could have been a
quick.
language barrier problem for them as well.
And these background checks, I know company says, oh, well, we doing background checks on employees, but there's different levels of background checks. And when I was officiating high school football because of the Jessica Lunsford case, well, they had the tightest one on us. And if a guy had a DUI, he couldn't officiate. If he wrote a bad check 20 years ago, he couldn't officiate. So they had to go lower the standards. But still, we could put out there all of our officials have been background checked. And everybody now feels safe. And it's nothing but knee-jerk legislation by the Florida legislators because we had a guy come into the stadium, and what they do down here is some of the schools, they don't have a set chain crew for football games. So they just call for volunteers out of the stands. We need some chain crew people. Well, the guy that came out of the crew and the guy that was officiating with me was a police officer. He goes, there's a child molester right there. He goes, he eased around and went and told the cops, who are his buddies, up at the front gate, and they eased back around and arrested him right there. They said, you want to go step outside with us real quick?
Yeah, because people like that are not supposed to be on a school property, right?
Well, they can't be around children.
No schools, no
school property, for sure.
Parks or anything like that.
And I've seen them in churches, singing the choir. The church I went to had a big parking lot, and the guy that he would ride around in a golf cart and he'd pick you up and bring you in, and I already knew him. He was he supposedly he was caught with a 15-year-old girl, and he was a police officer. Mm-hmm. And he lost his job. But anyway, how can he do that? Because, parents and kids get on that golf cart and get a ride into the church. Mm-hmm. It's a big parking lot.
Yeah. There's a lot of empty space, a little dead areas where you can get out of the flow of people. And
and it can't be cured. I don't care what they say. It's gonna take a strong psychiatrist to prove to me that can be cured.
So it's hardwired into them.
Yeah, I don't think it can be either.
I mean, I look at my habits and what I lust at, things I lust at, like a knife or hunting and football. Things like that. It's hard to break away from, and even special types of girls, the way they're built. What excites a guy, and the same thing with a female. What excites her, and all these women teachers, female teachers, dating these 13 and 15-year-old boys and getting pregnant. Only thing I want to say is my teachers were not that hot looking. And I'd have kept my mouth shut.
I can't think of one I would have went that direction with.
I can tell you right now, I had 2 boys. Okay. And then I had my daughter as my youngest. If there would have been a teacher at my kid's school that would have done something like that to one of my boys, or even my daughter, do y'all know what I would have done to that woman?
Yeah.
But what would you do if that woman says, "I'm pregnant with your grandchild"?
Yeah. I can remember in the 4th grade getting mad at Miss Patterson because she got pregnant, had to leave at the end of the year, and I had a crush on her and got mad as hell.
I would
in the 4th grade.
Furious. That's just like that. The latest one that came out. Well, there's actually been 2 latest ones that I've heard about. One of them was she's like 23, 24, and she just got her license to be a counselor. Okay.
Yeah,
and she was counseling these teenage boys, and she got called. Okay, you're supposed to be here helping these teenage boys with stuff that they've had going on in their life. And she used games, that was the teacher that used the games. But this counselor was messing with a young boy, and she got caught. She got arrested. Well, then there was a teacher that I just heard about also, and I forgot where she was at. But she used video games to get to these boys that are in her class.
To bring them in her little web.
Because you can, on these video games, you can talk to other people, and that's what she was using. And she ended up getting with one of her students, claiming she was pregnant. She got arrested. There was a no contact order, and she ended up getting out on bond. She contacts the boy, leaves a message, and it's like, "I'll never call you again. I'll never speak to you again. Just please don't say nothing." The parents of the boy calls police. She gets arrested again, and then still contacts him after that.
Yeah, she was in love with him.
I mean, the Mary Kay Letourneau case. And I didn't know that Mary Kay Letourneau passed away.
I didn't know that.
I didn't know it either. But okay, so the boy that she had the relationship with, her student.
Didn't they end up together?
They ended up getting married, and I believe they had more than one kid. But their oldest daughter, I believe, is about to get married, or maybe no, I think she's about to have a baby. Their oldest daughter. But that's when I found out that Mary Kay Letourneau had passed away. I didn't know that she did. Which, she's one of those women that I didn't keep up with her case because of what she did. But I didn't know that she had passed away until I heard about her daughter. Michelle, I don't know. I read a thing a couple of weeks ago where she tried to make peace with her kids before she passed. And I want to say it was cancer, but I can't remember. I read so much, it's hard to keep up with everything. But yeah, I didn't know she passed away until it come out about her daughter that she had with her student was about to have a baby.
I've got it right here, Scarlett. She died at 58 after a battle with cancer in July 7, 2020.
Yeah, I didn't know it until, like I said, just a few weeks ago.
And see, that's why I say all these, in Florida, they got multiple prisons or correctional institutes, whatever you want to call them.
Mm-hmm.
And what I came up with, I was telling some of the guys, I says, you ought to put all the unalivers and SKs in one prison. This prison over here's got, I don't care how far it is from their hometown, but this prison over here has all the drug addicts. And this prison over here has everybody that's robbed a liquor store, and keep all the crimes the same. That way, they're all the same guys in there. That way, don't mix all these different crimes in the same. Because some of these guys, okay, they're criminals, but my God, they're going. I mean, they look down on people in prison. I don't know why, but they look down because of the hypocrisy of it. Like you're innocent. They really look down on guys, and they'll try to find out anything about their crime and say, "Oh, you did that. You shot someone in the back, or you had sex with a 16-year-old."
They're looking for a power edge to hold.
Right. That's all it is.
Yeah.
But if you keep everybody in there that's got the same crimes in the same prisons, it'd be a much better place. Because I used to work in one, and I can tell you, there's no way in hell I would want to go there.
Mm-mm.
No way. I don't even want to work in there. I regretted that job. It's something I can look back on and talk about, and something I learned. It gave me how that part of the world worked.
A different perspective of what goes on in it.
Yeah, it's kind of like, of course, they didn't do all that scare straight with me, and that they really wised me up. The guys were, I got to admit, they were pretty nice to wise me up the way they did. But every one of them told me, don't do anything that'll cause you to get in here. This is close to hell on earth as you'll find. And I believed them. They said the guards, they're just here for 8 hours. They leave. We're here for 24. We run the prison.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
We got them all in our back pocket. We got them all in our back pocket.
And every
I believe that.
They're looking for a power edge on them where they can utilize something against them to gain something.
But today it's just like everything. Schools are more evil than they were. Look at all the things we're hearing about and seeing. Prisons, even the military, all this stuff. People are losing their minds out there. And I don't know if it's the way they're brought up at home or the way they're brought up at school. That's the two biggest factors on any kid.
Yeah.
So one of those two or both of them have failed.
Yeah. You can't depend on public education to educate your children. I'm just going to tell you, you got to educate them yourself.
That's what I did with mine. I took mine out of public school and homeschooled mine.
Keep them home, but
I was just watching a school board meeting, and a pastor came in there, and he started reading a book to the school board. Now, this book is in the library at the school.
Mm-hmm.
I think I saw that.
Yeah, and it talks about the most, let's just say nasty things that you could say about a woman and a man being together.
And see, they'll let something like that in the school library, but they don't want other books that needs to be in schools.
Right. And see, they told him, we're going to have to ask you to leave because you're disorderly with those words you're repeating.
Yeah, I saw that.
And everybody stood up and says, that's what we're saying. If it ain't good enough for you guys, how's it good enough for our children?
Kids. Yes.
And the governor of Florida, same thing. Everybody said, well, he banned the books. He wasn't banning books. He was getting rid of books that has this stuff in it. And they said, there's nothing wrong with that. He says, okay, let's put it on the 6 o'clock news. And they couldn't do it. He said, if it ain't good enough for the 6 o'clock news, it isn't going into our schools in Florida. Because they said it was too sexual to go into a 6 o'clock news. So he says, if it can't make that, and he was right. And, our kids need to learn more about science and math. That's why the other countries are passing us.
Right.
They have more engineers now than we do, more doctors, more lawyers, more architects, more scientists. And we're going to be the ones, I don't know how many generations, but we'll be the third
We're
world.
going to be in the service industry. We're going to be mowing lawns and waiting tables. We're going to build nothing. And people think we can survive that way.
And I'm trying to figure out what is made in America anymore. Very few items.
Not very. You could probably count them on one hand.
I mean, used to, we didn't have to have metric tools. Now you got to have metric tools. That's not American. That's European and Asia. And now, anytime you go to buy things online, what do you got to buy? It's in metric. Am I right? Yeah. It doesn't, and I got to go get the conversion chart.
I'm laughing because I had measured something the other day in inches, and then I got on Amazon and started looking. everything's in centimeters, this, that, and other. So
Exactly. That's what
I
happened.
had to go back and do all. I thought, damn, this is a lot of work.
Don't ask me nothing about no measurements.
I can remember in school when they said everybody's going metric. We got to learn it. It's about, I don't know, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th grade.
Well,
The state government, the federal government's pushing. We did it
was
about a year and a half, and I never saw it again.
President
Nobody learned anything about it.
President Ford pushed that, and baseball diamonds, even the pros, they had the like 400 mark, and then they would have underneath it meters,
but
or something like that.
Yeah, but nobody learned it, and a year or two later, we never saw it again.
But now they want to go back to it. It seems.
Yep, I don't remember none of that.
And I'm not knocking it, but even even temperatures. Now, you want to go Celsius or Fahrenheit?
Yeah.
Let me grab my next thing here real quick, y'all. I'm just going to talk about this Kaitlin Armstrong woman real quick, because the Kaitlin Armstrong trial is coming up on October the 30th. So I'm debating whether I'm going to, like, I want to cover the trial, but I'm debating on whether I'm going to do it on this channel or my other one. I don't know yet. But either way, I know for sure I'll then put it into everybody not to mess with me while that one's going on either.
What kind of evidence do they have her dead to her rights, or?
Okay, so right after the boyfriend, his name is Colin Strickland, after he dropped off Mariah Wilson, which is the victim, at Mariah's friend's house, then Kaitlin Armstrong's black SUV was seen on camera close to the house. And they questioned her, ended up finding a firearm that was used at her house. And on top of the fact that she fled the country, sold her vehicle, she flew from Texas up to Jersey. I can't remember if she went to Jersey first and then New York, or New York and then Jersey, but one of the two, New York or Jersey, she left from there and flew down to, with her sister, down to Costa Rica.
Yeah.
And she knew that they were looking for her. And they got her first-degree murder charges, and then they got her for misuse of a passport, I believe is how the charge read. She ended up
federal, like any kind of federal application is against the law.
Yeah.
Whether it's state loan or anything like that.
There was a charge for fleeing, and I forgot how. I might have wrote that one down, but it had to do with something about her fleeing
and prosecution.
Fleeing to avoid prosecution or something, however that's worded. So anyway, they ended up catching her. It was like 40 something days later. They find out she's in Costa Rica, and she had a bandage over her nose. And she claims she had an accident, and that's the reason for the bandage. But what it was is she went and had plastic surgery done in order to change her appearance. And so she's been in jail this whole time in Travis County. And like I said, she's been planning this for months, working out, getting herself in shape. She had they said a metal pin that they found in her cell after she tried to escape the other day. And they said that she was more than likely going to use that to get cuffs off.
Yeah.
And so she fakes an injury to get a medical appointment outside of the jail, and they take her to it. And then when they're leaving, she bolts from them. But nice. I've got, and she's got new charges because one of the officers that was chasing her ended up falling and getting hurt. And so there's new charges that they're saying that is.
She sounds like just a highly calculated.
Well, I mean, they know she's a runner, though.
Thinks out front and really.
I mean, if you know that you have an inmate that is a runner, like she literally fled the country.
Yeah, why would you take her?
Yes, take her, put her in shackles before you take her anywhere. Okay, let me pull this up right here because this is the thing that came out. today, and it just says during the foot pursuit, officers advised inmate Armstrong removed her county-issued black and white striped uniform pants, which revealed that she was wearing thermal pants underneath in an effort to disguise her appearance as an inmate. Inmate Armstrong was also able to manipulate her left hand from the hand restraints to assist her in her attempted escape. When she took off running, she tried to jump over a wall, and she wasn't able to make it over the wall. So during the investigation of the escape, video footage from the Travis County Correctional Complex was reviewed, which showed inmate Armstrong exercising vigorously throughout the last several months. Armstrong can be seen running, doing squats and yoga throughout her day room and recreation time. And she was huge into yoga, which is how they call her down in Costa Rica, because they found her at a place that was known for yoga. During the investigation of the escape, inmate Armstrong's cell was searched by correctional staff, and a metal pen and dental floss were recovered from her cell. The metal pen had been broken off, providing a solid, thin metal piece that likely could have been used to manipulate a handcuff to be removed. During the investigation of the escape, Affiant received information from correctional staff at TCCC that inmate Armstrong had recently utilized an injury complaint to secure an outside medical appointment, as well as the medical request restricting the use of leg restraints. You have an inmate that is a runner, and you let her tell you that she does not want leg restraints. That should be a red flag.
To be able to see a doctor, she should have to have something pretty damn serious.
Right, because there are some things that they can't treat inmates for at the jail, so they have to use an outside facility. But when she requests a medical request restricting the use of leg restraints on a person who is a runner, should be a red flag.
They're lucky that she didn't get over that wall. I mean, somebody like that could have got a little more distance. She could have very easily gotten out of the perimeter.
And when she was in high school, she was a track star. I found that out yesterday. So it says, due to the recent activity of exercising vigorously and complaints of an injury to secure an off-site medical appointment and the restriction of the leg restraint, Affiant has reasons to believe and does believe that inmate Armstrong planned to escape from custody. They should have caught the whole thing about the leg restraints. Like, I get the inmates exercise. You know, they need a way to pass the time. They probably have energy built up that they need to work off.
It helps relieve stress.
Yeah, so I don't think them not realizing, they need to watch her, because I wouldn't have thought anything of it either. But the whole leg restraint thing,
Eric,
I mean,
Pascal in chat says she got the handcuffs off in a video he saw today.
Yeah, right when she goes to jump over the wall, it looks like that at least one hand didn't have a restraint on it.
So she had to have some little something, or I don't know.
And the only reason why they got video is because there was someone that was sitting outside in their car and called it a few seconds on video of her running across, like a little small, like going up a hill towards this wall, and the officer is running up the hill and basically trips on her own feet and falls, and Kaitlin makes it to the wall and tries to jump over the wall, and then she can't jump over it.
How bad do you think those officers felt?
They were probably humiliated.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I could say if it was me and Runner, I said, "Oh my God, we have fucked up now, Fiddler."
Yeah, because I mean,
excuse my language, but I mean that's what guys would say to each other if somebody got loose from them like that.
But they did say that they never lost sight of her. They had, she was always in their sight as she was running. They were after her, and I think it was like 10 minutes she was free before they ended up catching her. And all that.
Yeah. I hate it for them, because they're probably good guys that just, who knows? I don't know.
Take them. If you take them off site, because if you take any inmate off site, put leg shackles on it. That's just all there is to it.
Yeah. She probably, I don't know what she did. Whether she smoothed them over or something. I have no idea, but I could just imagine their first words out of their mouth when they saw her running.
It was like, oh shit.
Oh my God, we're going to lose our jobs. We have screwed this up.
Anything new on Moscow?
Yeah, well, not really. Well, they're new documents. I'm going to go over here in a minute. Let me get, what did I do with them? Oh, here we go. It's only 3 documents. They're like 2 pages each. Not a whole lot to them, but I have read every other document that came out. So
when did they rule on the cameras?
That would be a question for the judge.
Because remember they were sick and somebody was sick and they postponed it.
Oh no, that wasn't for the cameras. That was for the indictment dismissal. But that's been rescheduled for October the 26th. So there's going to be one at 9:30 that morning, one hearing, and that one's going to be closed to the public. And then the other one will be that afternoon at 1 o'clock, which will be open to the public. So yeah, that's for the whole indictment.
I don't understand being close to the public.
Well, the only reason why the first one is going to be close to the public is because it's all to have to do with the grand jury, and so they want to protect. Yeah, they don't want the juror members' names put out to the public, so that's the reason why it's closed to the public. But the one that they're going to be talking about that afternoon at 1 o'clock, it'll be open, people in the courtroom, and pretty sure it'll be cameras in there as well. Okay.
That's going to be an interesting case if we ever get to it. In that you wonder what the prosecution has up their sleeve that they've held back on, what play cards they've got. And you wonder the same about defense. What are they?
I'm just ready for it to get started. I just want to hear the evidence. You know, the families need justice. These kids need justice.
Yeah, they need to move on. And they're never going to move on totally. But while this is hanging over, I mean, you couldn't go to work. You couldn't go to the store without people seeing it. It would just be constant.
I think on Danny Rolling's case, it took like 3 or 4 years before the court could convene.
Oh, I hope it doesn't take that long for this.
Of course, he was away for like 10 months after the crime had happened.
Tony, thank you for that super chat. And Tony said for Scarlet Sticky jumpsuits and EB upgrade 3.0. Thank you, Tony. That was very nice of you.
I hope the election's going your way, Tony.
Okay. Let me pull this back up. All right. So like I said, they're only 2 pages. I think one of maybe 1 page, but this is just the defendant's 8th supplemental request for discovery. And it says, please take notice that the undersigned pursuant to Rule 16 of the Idaho Criminal Rules, the 4th, 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th Amendments to the Constitution of the United States, and Article 1, 1, 2, 13, and 17 of the Constitution of the State of Idaho, requests discovery and inspection of all materials discoverable by the defendant per the ICR 16B 1 through 8, and the aforementioned constitutional provisions, including but not limited to the following information, evidence, and material outlined in Exhibit G. This was done on October the 12th, and then under seal with the court, Exhibit G attached to the defendant's 8th supplemental request for discovery. Kelly P., have a good night. So that was the first one that came out today.
Have they got all the information back, the defense, on the CAST, the FBI CAST system?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you.
I'm not even. I'd have to go back through.
I mean, definitely don't do it now, but I was just wondering if anybody knew that from the top of their head. If the defense has received all the information about the cast and how they did it, where they got him located at what time.
That's a good question. I don't know. I'll have to go back through and see, because there's been so many documents that I've read over, and
they
I'll have to go back and
know.
Yeah, a lot of them are redacted. A lot of them are sealed.
Imagine the cast. It has to line up with the PCA, or now we got another problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is true.
That's going to be the reason this trial is going to take forever, because to say that one of those is not quite matching up like a piece to a puzzle, then they're going to have to backtrack and figure out how they can match it up, and then they're going to have a motion for this. It could go on forever before they try this.
Mm-hmm. We don't want to put that out in the universe. It's going to take forever.
I mean, it'll happen, but I'm just saying, just what Riddler just said. If it cast comes back and it throws the time frame off 28 minutes, 12 minutes, 3 minutes, then all of a sudden you got to explain why it's off.
Yeah, that is true. All right, so this document that I have pulled up, it's the stipulated motion to file Exhibit G attached to the defendant's 8 supplemental requests for discovery under seal. Now comes now Brian C. Kohlberger by through his attorney, Ann C. Taylor, public defender, and hereby moves the court for an order to file Exhibit G of defendant's 8th supplemental request for discovery under seal. The motion is made pursuant to ICAR 32I2D and E and IC 74-124, 1B and C, because 1, the documents contain facts or statements that may threaten or endanger the life or safety of an individual, or 2, it is necessary to preserve the right to a fair trial, and 3, a disclosure would constitute an unwarranted invasion of personal privacy. So this was also done on the 12th of October.
Whatever Exhibit G is.
But remember how, and I know a lot of people in the chat are talking about the gag order, but you can work around the gag order if you listen to Ann when she talks to the public defender, when she says there's no connection, there's no DNA. And what if she comes in there and says, now she adds on, and the cast system doesn't match up with the timeline in the PCA. My client deserves to be set free.
Then they could get the dismissal that they're asking for.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This whole thing is going to be interesting when it finally gets started.
Because what I don't know, and I would love to get an attorneys in here, and I hope someone can help us do that. Does the PCA come back into the courts? Can Ann bring that back up? Like when she's going to be she's going to bring Payne up and the police chief and all them up there.
Oh, yeah.
And she's going to ask them questions, anything to make them look bad in front of the jury. And if she comes up there and says, you're saying this, but the FBI is saying that, and I'm just making a hypothetical thing here. We don't know for sure. But that's why I was wondering if the cast had came back and what Ann's comments were about it. And if she's remaining silent on it, that tells me they got it right down to the T.
She doesn't have anything to argue about, you're saying.
Well, exactly. There's nothing to argue about. At least on that. At least when you want to compare it to the PCA. But when she compares the other stuff to it, she's getting them back.
Or maybe they don't have it back, and she hadn't been able to do any of that yet.
But everybody was saying, "Oh, that car." Well, I shouldn't use the word everybody. More than 90%, that car is going to hold DNA.
Yeah.
And you heard it, and I
said exactly what you're going to say, and I did. I admit it.
And then all of a sudden, we find out.
I mean, it would have made sense that if it's his car and he did this, that it would have stuff in it. Y'all don't pay attention to the cat in the background.
But I'm thinking if, with that DNA should have went into the car, we would think at least, unless this guy just stripped butt naked. But I would still think there'd be something on him that he's got to touch, that's going to touch in that car. Unless he's got help and he went in another vehicle and somebody else went in his vehicle and drove around, and then they met up again and they swapped vehicles again after he got cleaned.
One thing when you clean a car, like you used peroxide or whatever, certain chemicals, maybe you get rid of the DNA, but then the luminol or the things that they use to test it will show up as a reaction that you've used those chemicals in a strong manner. You know what I'm saying? But we haven't heard any of that, so we don't know. So not having DNA doesn't mean they will not be able to tell that he really did a cleanup job on that car.
I've seen people who cleaned up crime scenes. I watched some of these documentaries, and they use the luminol, and the luminol says no matter how hard you try to clean up. And then I go and see, well, if you put this compound on there and leave it on there for 30 minutes, they won't find the DNA.
Yeah, I've read quite a bit on it, but
and I know
when they
a girl.
eliminate the DNA, it leaves evidence that they did a bang up job of cleaning.
And I saw where these bad guys broke into a house. The S.A. the girl, or S.B. the girl, and they made her get in a bathtub and filled it up with bleach, and it took all the DNA away. So I'm just saying, I mean, yeah, maybe that's why I want to see what did he purchase when he went to Albertsons. I want to see that. That's critical.
And I would think that they would know what he got. They just didn't want to put it out. Because, I mean, they literally put unknown items. And I just don't see somebody checking out and it not being on camera what they're checking out.
But, people are talking about, well, he could have put plastic. He could have laid a shower curtain. You realize you got to cover the gas pedal, the brake pedal, where the key ignition is.
Oh, yeah, a lot of
it
stuff.
Seems to be almost impossible, too.
I mean, the gear shifter, the turn signals, the windshield wipers, yeah, the whole works.
I mean, you might have one drop of something on the back of your ear that you didn't get. You lean back, bam, there it is.
See, now my luck, I go in there and I pick up the dog's hair.
And
and I pick up everything. Just going there to visit with somebody and then leaving.
Or you'd step on the dog's pile of poop when you left the house.
Well, there could be a whole bunch of things that could happen like that. Yeah. How this guy so far is so squeaky clean, I don't know. I mean, I think he's guilty, but how do you prove it to all 12?
Yeah. I'd say guilty with some other person helping. I'm still screaming the whole.
That you could get a mistrial very easily.
And, I used to always be big on the K-bar knife, but I'll tell you a knife that's even better than that, and it's about half the price, and that's a Glock, just like the pistol, the pew-pew, a Glock knife. And, I mean, it's hard. It'll go through the torture test, just like the K-bar will, and it's got a longer reach. And I've had one here. Now, it doesn't come sharp in the box, but a K-bar, you better look out. When you pull that out of the box, it's ready to shave.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see once this does go to trial, because we don't know if they have the knife. They very well could have it and just never put that out to the public. It's going to be interesting to see that, what other evidence they have. And that's the reason why I want the cameras in the courtroom, because I don't want to have to depend on mainstream media for that.
No.
Especially when it comes to the evidence part of it.
And if they got the knife, they'll know for sure, because it's going to have DNA written all over it.
Yeah.
You're not getting it out of the pores of that knife.
No.
Isn't the handle on those knives somewhat leather almost?
Yeah, it's leather.
Or it's hard, but I mean it's got.
Yeah, it's kind of like
enough. You're not going to get it out without.
It's kind of like it's all compressed there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one I got is solid black, and it goes in a Kydex sheath, and it's a little bit different than but it's still got the same hardness, made by the same company, and it's sharp. I'm telling you, it's sharper than my razors I shave my face with. It cuts right through paper like butter.
I bet you've got a lot of nice knives.
Oh yeah, I got Navy SEAL knives, and some the knives I went and looked at. I wanted to buy were ones that were like. I wanted to get these ones like that were at Iwo Jima or Okinawa. I wanted to get something that had, there's a story behind that knife.
Yeah.
there's a guy that owned that knife, and what's her name has one, Avery. The knife I've got, that's the one that goes out, same type knife, but hers has even got the federal stock number on it. Mine doesn't.
Yeah. I mean, what are they going to do if it comes out? Well, I mean, the prosecution and the defense would know, but what is the public going to do if it comes out and says, okay, we have the knife, but it's not a K-bar?
Or what they find, yeah, and then what they find, he has a K-bar knife and there's no DNA on it.
True.
Yeah, see,
But
I think they put too much in that PCA. They shouldn't have went so much in detail.
But if he has a K-bar knife that he knows was not used in this murder, then why not just produce the knife?
I think that they went all in on the DP part of this case, and when they did that, it changed my thinking to where, hey, you better have 100% slam dunk, no questions. We ain't gonna guess whether he did it or not. You better have it all there if you're gonna go for a DP case. Whereas if it wasn't, you might consider a more circumstantial case, and you should look at it the same regardless. But I'm just saying, I don't think people do.
Well, they could still get a guilty, and then after that, they would go vote again on whether they want to go to DP or not.
DP or yeah.
And I mean, I don't know. Somebody's going to read it to them. Does it go beyond a reasonable doubt for DP, or is it still the same as M1, a reasonable doubt?
Well, it does in my mind, regardless of what the law says. If I were
right,
I couldn't get that. I mean, I would not for DP. I would not convict somebody on some. I'm pretty sure about 99.4, but that just changes the ball game, I think.
Yeah. But I mean, if he's the person who did this, he needs a death penalty. Yep. No doubt about it. What he did to those kids, and for absolutely no reason, like there's no reason that can be brought up to say that
because he was pissed off at the world.
There's no reason, and if whoever, I don't care if it's Brian, I don't care if it's his daddy or whoever went in that house and did that to those kids needs the death penalty.
Yeah, they need to be just treated the same way Bundy and Rollins was treated.
And I get that they have their appeals that they get to go through and all that. Okay, that's fine. That's part of our, being an American, a citizen in America. But once those appeals are exhausted, do what you got to do. Don't leave his ass sitting on death row for 40 years.
Well, what's it I read? The average time person stays in jail on appeals for a DP, 240 months?
Yeah, some of these appeals I've heard could take years. Like when they were naming off Lori Vallow's appeals that she'll have, I think each one of them could take up to 3 years each. So I get that it takes years, but there's no reason for someone to sit on death row after you've exhausted all of your appeals and you've been denied on everything to sit on death row for 20, 30, 40 more years. There's just no need for it. I mean, there's people out here who are starving and homeless, but you're getting 30 hots in a cot sitting on death row. Yeah. It makes no sense.
But for whatever reason, when you get to that part of the deal where they've already been convicted, the appeals and courts just move at snail's pace.
And I did see on the Idaho website for the cases of interest, there is one that was put on there today, I believe it was, or it might have been yesterday that they put it. I didn't see it till today, where they already got the execution date for someone who was on death row in Idaho.
I got a question for everybody. Have you guys heard about the doctor, I think it was chiropractor, the case where the detectives,
Dr. Moore?
Yeah, the guy asked for a lawyer, I think 6-8 times. I'm not sure exactly. Don't quote me, but pretty close to that during the interrogation. And they kept denying him a lawyer. And they finally threw it out for that reason or whatever. But the detectives that did that questioning, I mean, it wasn't like they just kind of messed up. It's like they knew what they were doing. They crossed the line and they knew it and they didn't give a damn.
You know, I read into that case a little bit, but I didn't do like a deep dive on it.
I read about why they throwed it out and the transcripts of the question, all that, and over he asked for a lawyer, and they ignored him, knowing. And the minute they hear a lawyer, they're supposed to
be quiet.
stop and get out of that room and go home.
Yeah, that is true. All right, let me read this last one real quick that I got pulled up here. So this is just an order to file the defendant's Exhibit G to attach to the defendant's 8th supplemental request for the discovery under seal. So the court having before it the defendant's stipulated motion to file Exhibit G attached to the defendant's 8th supplemental request for discovery under seal and in good cause appearing. Now, therefore, it is hereby ordered that the defendant's Exhibit G attached to their 8th supplemental request for discovery shall be filed under the seal pursuant to the ICAR 32I2D and E and the IC 74-124 1B and C. So, judge, sign that one.
These motions that are coming out, I mean, with everything redacted, and we don't know, they're just about. You don't know what in the hell they mean.
No, there's.
I mean, you do kind of, but not really.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure that everything from here on out to trial is probably going to be redacted and sealed. All of the exhibits for sure will be sealed. I mean, they have been throughout the whole case, which is understandable. But I'm pretty sure there's going to be a lot more that's going to be under seal as well.
I'm amazed. I seen one video somebody put out, and he was talking about, and he'd never seen a case like this where there weren't leaks from law enforcement or whatever. That's that always happens, and it's more the norm than the exception. But he was amazed that there had really been no leaks to speak of on this case.
Yeah. Did y'all hear about these fake text messages that just came out? And people are trying to spread rumors and lies on Mr. Gonzalez.
I saw a little bit about that. They had made a statement. Somebody had, I don't know.
I don't
got something to do with Bloom and text messages he might have got or something, and then somebody sent them to him fictitiously, or they were made up. I think Jules did a thing on it.
See, I haven't got to do a whole lot on YouTube the last few days or watch anything, but the Gonzalez family did put out a statement. Pull this one out. So this is what they put out on their page regarding these text messages. It just says, "Hello, friends and family. We long debated saying anything at all about recent events here, especially because we really do try to maintain a positive and safe space. But given how much support we have here, we felt we needed to ask for your help. We recently were made aware of some messages claiming to have fabricated text from Steve, as well as trying to incite others to spread lies. While we understand the internet is a big place and people are free to say whatever they would like, we personally feel a line was crossed and we would like to pursue further action. If anyone knows any more about these screenshots and knows who created them, what they said, etc., and would feel comfortable sharing with us, we would be extremely appreciative. Everyone has a right to their own opinion, but lives, careers, relationships, etc., can be ruined over maliciously spreading a false information for no reason other than to be hateful. As always, thankful for you and much love." So, somebody.
Have you seen the text?
Yeah, I got them right here.
Jules did a dive. I just kind of glanced at it today and jumped through it real quick, but she was kind of saying, she was pointing out things that were not right, like they were made up. But
yeah, I mean, I don't even know who this Macy May person is.
Yeah.
Got their name at the top, but it says, "Oh my God, Steve G is denying talking to Bloom, but that's a distraction. Bloom never said that he spoke to him. He kept referring to messages he sent to others. I'm going to spread as many rumors about Steve G as I can. Will you help me?" And the person was like, "No, why would I help spread rumors about a victim's family?" And then they said, "We need to shut him down." Let me get the next up. Okay, so we need to shut him down. We made a bunch of fake screenshots pretending they were from Steve and sent them to that genius Bloom who helped spread our agenda. And then the person answering back was like, that is so wrong. Why are you doing this? That's what I understand. Why are people trying to make up fake messages from Steve and spread lies and rumors on this family?
Why would a person that would do something they know is wrong be texting to somebody that would possibly question? I mean, that's kind of information you would only text to somebody you know that has your back and wouldn't spread your business. Not somebody say, well, that's wrong. You just shouldn't do that. I mean, that's just my thinking.
Yeah, I don't get why somebody would go out of their way to hurt a family member of a victim. I don't.
If I was there, I'd be helping Steve. I mean, like put posters out. I wouldn't be doing all the any weird stuff,
Right.
but I'd be out there putting posters up and anything like that. Any public awareness, I would say, here, sir, give me some of those. I got a team here. We're going to go hit this side
Yeah,
of town.
you want to help the family. You don't want to hurt them more than they're already hurting.
You damn sure ain't gonna get in the way of justice.
It's like I said, how does he sleep at night?
He doesn't, probably.
I don't understand it.
I mean, it's one thing to lose your child in an automobile accident and others different ways, but something like this, and the first thing you want is justice, and now, and the last thing you want to do is patience.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's almost been a year.
Well, I mean, and most of these guys is that way on these SKs. I mean, I don't know if this guy was an SK or if he just, he only went there for one person only, and then he ended up having to get 3 more because they were all witnesses. But if that was the case, why didn't he hit the last one?
Yeah.
DM when he was going out. Evidently, he didn't see her. He did, and just was a goof and kept going.
Yeah. Well, I mean, thank God though, her and Bethany wasn't.
Well, yeah. I'm like you. Thank goodness. But a real bad boy would have kicked her door in and went right in there and went to town on her.
Yeah, because it could have been
no mercy.
A lot worse.
Yeah.
Tony, how are you?
He said,
good evening, Scarlett. I'm here. Will be. You hold your horses, mate. So what's happened is we've had a big win in the election here in New Zealand. Change of government. Yeah, they're calling it 1 hour into the poll, so it's massive.
Tony, can I ask something? Sir. Why I just read briefly after you said y'all were having an election. Evidently, your prime minister resigned suddenly a short while ago or something, so they had to.
Oh, she quit in January.
What she quit over?
Well, she said she didn't have enough petrol in the tank, which is quite ironic because she drove the prices of petrol through the roof.
Is that what y'all call gas over there?
Yeah, gas. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, Pitchell, how are you?
How much is it a gallon?
Oh, we don't do gallons. We do liters here. It's a different currency, so it's completely. I can't do the calculations. It's too weird, but it's gone up a lot in the last year, basically. I mean, it's just gone crazy. It's probably gone up 30% in price at the tank.
And the oil company said made the biggest profits in history last year.
Oh yeah, it's all trying to change the weather. It's ridiculous. Moving on.
Eric, I'll check it out tonight. Her video. If I don't get a chance to tonight after live, I'll do it tomorrow because somebody else was mentioning it earlier in chat. So I'll check it out and let you know what I think. On my chat, yeah, I don't know how long my chat has been sitting on top chat, y'all. So I'm sorry if I've missed any messages.
Yeah, the last leader, she quit because basically she could see that the writing was on the wall, and she wasn't going to hang on for another 10 months to get beaten. So she quit and left, gave a hospital pass to the next guy, basically. But anyway,
I don't even know what our gas prices are here.
About 340, 350, something like
Yeah,
that.
ours is 3 something, but I never pay attention to the price. If I need it, I just stop at the store and grab it.
I can remember when it was $1.19 when we were in business.
See, you guys buy gallons and we buy liters.
Liters. Well, they tried to go to liters here. You remember that?
No, I don't, because I'm not an American.
Oh yeah.
No,
Well,
I don't remember that.
yeah. You have to go back to the days of when Nixon was president, and you could
Oh,
only
that
go
was before my time.
you could only go. You matched the day up with your tag. If you had an even tag number, you went on an even day. If you had an odd tag, you went on an odd day to get the fuel.
Yeah. Riddler, do you remember the gas shortage?
Oh, do I? Several of them.
My dad had been in business, I don't know, about 12, 15 years. And for some reason, we got allocation. And I can remember at one of our stores in town we lived in, we had several, we had a bunch of stuff, but the people would be lined up for a mile to get gas.
Yeah. People were lined up.
Majors didn't have any product for some reason, but we were what they call minor. We weren't branded like Amoco or Shell. We were Atlantic Richfield and our brand, but we had product through all of that. And it was pretty profitable, to say the least.
And y'all, I'm gonna be ending it in like 5 minutes. So if y'all haven't hit the thumbs up, please do so.
Now the lowest I saw fuel was during the pandemic. That was our gas prices got almost down below $1 a gallon.
I don't even remember how much ours was. I remember when my mother-in-law was in the hospital. This was like 98. Me and Troll had just gotten married, and gas was below $1.
I can remember that because I was doing price changes, and when you go in behind the thing to do it, it was forever and ever before we went from $1 to $2. You moved the little thing inside there, but.
Oh, we were so glad because we had to drive like an hour and a half to the hospital every day to see his mom, and we were like ecstatic that it was below $1. No, there's Willie and Eva.
But when you look at the gas per gallon, and somebody showed a breakdown of it one time, the government makes more money than the oil companies.
Yeah, the road taxes.
All their taxes.
You can't believe what it comes to in a month.
All the taxes that are on there, the county tax, the state tax, the federal tax, all the taxes that are on fuel.
It's a bunch.
Excuse me.
So nothing else on the Idaho case?
No, that's it. Just that, and then those fake text messages, which blows my mind.
Well, try to watch that reflection. It's going to enlighten you and make you a smarter person. And
has anybody looked at that today?
I have.
I haven't got.
I barely saw something, but it looked totally injected into the.
But how can he say people's names?
He says anything. Yeah, I'm not saying his name, but.
Well, I'm not either, but I'm just saying in there, I can't get facial features on that. I'm barely even getting an image of it. I can see something moving back and forth.
But why, when these Linda Lang footages came out, why didn't all these people who were watching it back then, why didn't they catch it during that time?
They weren't looking at it. That's what he'll tell you. They weren't focused on it. And some girl saw it and she told him about it. Some female did. So he went in there and he looked at it and he saw it. Now, I didn't see this from his channel. I saw it from that psychic's channel. Lady that reads the cards. Mm-hmm. And she had it on there. And that's why I tell you, look at timeline, whatever it was, 19 or 17. I said, go from that. It's about 2 minutes of it you get to look at. And you can see something moving. But what I was going to ask you was a question that Scarlett asked me. Is that facing towards the house or is that facing away from the house?
I'm going to be honest with you. When I watched it, I thought it was so preposterous that I honestly could not look at it with an open mind. Now, maybe I need to go back and do that. I can't listen to some of that stuff. It's just.
I'm gonna go watch it though,
It's
y'all.
asinine. I'm sorry. That's the only way I can say it.
I want to see if I can see anything.
You give me a good argument, and I'll listen.
I'm intrigued by the reflection now.
Yeah, some of the stuff, and maybe, like I say, maybe I need to go back with an objective mind and look at it. But I don't know. It's just hard.
I'm a very open-minded guy, and I said, okay, yeah, I'm going to give it a look at it, and I'm going to be fair about it. And I sit there and looked at it, and I could see things moving.
I saw at the end where like when he said there was, I think, 4 people or something. I don't know. And I thought I saw something, but.
And he names people. He goes, yeah, that's him getting it right there. Now, this would have to be outside the house. So after they do this, now they got to go drag the guy in the house.
Yeah. I couldn't make sense of the logistics or the positioning in the back of all that. It lost me. I thought, whoa, here, slow down. I just couldn't. It didn't add up to me.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go watch it.
I know this. He actually believes all that with a lot of certainty.
And Scarlett, I'm going to send you another. I found another one on Danny Rolling.
Okay.
But what I really want you to pay attention in that one, if you would, look at this guy named Humphreys that they arrest.
Okay.
And I mean, he fits the bill better than BK fits this case.
Okay.
So that's why I'm saying make sure you got everything down pat. You got everything right, because all it takes is that one juror to say, "I've got doubt," and I know there'll be more than one with doubt.
I say we get a mistrial. It's going to be hard to get 12 people either side, I think.
That's why we need to be able to see all the evidence when it goes to trial.
Well, that to me is equivalent to our ability to attend the trial, which, 50 million people can't go to the trial and attend it.
It's our check and balance on the government.
I think if you look at the Constitution, the way it was wrote, we have the right to attend a trial. Well, today's equivalent of attending a trial is to watch it on camera. Simple, plain simple.
That is true.
It's almost they're denying us that right if they don't let us see it.
Well, fingers crossed that we get to watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm trying to eat, so I'm trying not to get people's ears. Hey, May, how are you?
Riddler, what good football games do we have tomorrow?
Washington and Oregon. That's a good one. Those are 2 top 10 teams.
Yeah.
Naturally, I'll be watching the Gators play the Gamecocks because I'm a Gator. I wrote them down not too long. Tennessee and Texas A&M. Well, I'm an SEC guy.
No, nobody cares, guys. The Rugby World Cup's on tomorrow. New Zealand, Ireland, France, South Africa. Big games.
Tennessee only gets about 102,000 at a game.
Yeah, that's 102,000 screaming rednecks on the Tennessee River.
They'll show up at 8 in the morning.
It's a spectacle to watch.
Thank you, Sarah. Bless you.
They'll show up at 8 o'clock in the morning with their faces painted orange. And they'll start partying then.
Yeah, I used to work in right outside of Chattanooga River, one of the world's best golf courses, and all the wealthy people will get on their house yachts and go up the Tennessee River to the Neyland Stadium and park out there and then go to the game.
Yeah, and the Tar Heels will be playing the Miami Hurricanes, I believe.
Yeah, I think Tar Heels are still undefeated.
I'm not sure. Be interesting when they play Florida State. Be an interesting game.
Yeah, Clemson's not going to dominate this year on the ACC. They barely got by Wake Forest.
Well, they almost beat Florida State.
No one cares, guys. No one cares. Rugby World Cup's on.
But never forget, Scarlets, the Tigers of LSU.
All right, y'all. I think I'm about to get out of here for the night. So I can finish eating.
I've enjoyed it. Scarlett, you sound like you had a little more pep in your step tonight than you've had in a few.
Oh yeah, I actually feel good. Troll's feeling
Yeah,
better.
you
He's
do
actually
sound.
able to eat, and so we're all feeling good around here
I'm
now.
thankful for that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Carol, I've got to go. See you guys later. Bye.
All right, Tony. Have a good night.
Later.
See you later, mate.
Bye, Willie and Eva.
And as far as Jennifer's case, I'm going to be keeping an eye on that. Tonka, have a good night. And as soon as they post anything else regarding that, I'll post it on the community page. King Scarlet, we need to start working on the timeline.
Yeah, something tells me we might have an ID by tomorrow.
Yeah, because I mean, the family, can you imagine sitting there waiting on those results to see if that's your family member or not? You know,
Yeah.
if it is, they need Ellie needs to start moving on and finding out who did this.
Yeah, they might have had to go from couldn't find her dental records to maybe doing a quick DNA, but with the way she was found, then they would have to have somebody that could be able to get it out of the bone or the teeth, which is a little more difficult from what I understand.
Right.
So it
Lord, what
may
am I
take a few
putting on?
days.
I'm trying to chat. Sweet Melissa, thank you. Summer, thank you.
And it
Yeah.
might not be her.
I mean, that's a possibility. It's just by the statement that the family put out after it was said that the remains were found, it kind of sounds like the family knows that it's her. They're just waiting on that confirmation.
It feels like it, but you never know.
Yeah, I mean, it could turn out to be somebody else that's missing in the area.
The Suzanne, what's her name, Morphew, or
yeah, Suzanne Morphew.
They found her. They found her in an area looking for another woman,
right?
And another guy. Then they found her body. I still don't think they found that older lady that's supposedly out there called Edna something. Can't remember. I got it wrote down.
Where's she from?
Where they found.
The Suzanne Morphew one?
She was found what they call a boneyard, and there was some guy that had just got out of the armed forces or was going to enter them. They found his body, and then there was another lady, an older lady named Edna something, and like I say, I can pull it up, but they were looking for her, Edna Quintana. They were looking for her when they found Suzanne. So evidently it's a dumping ground area.
And they never found the Edna lady, right?
I don't think so, but I don't quote me on that because I get a lot of people dates, times, and numbers, and
right.
Sometimes my mind will be right, so I never like to say I'm 100% certain. I always ask people to double check.
Yeah, because I remember hearing that whenever they found Suzanne, but I never heard anything about the lady that they were originally looking for when they found her.
Yeah, I when I dove into that case, I started reading about, they call it the boneyard.
Mm-hmm.
And there might have even been another person or two that they thought was possibly in that area. I don't know.
Oh, that is sad. Well, hopefully they'll be able to find the Edna lady as well.
What's the latest on the Israel and Palestine?
I haven't even kept up with it today.
They're still fighting. Scarlett, I'm going to jump off, but I wish you well and all the people in chat who need prayers. May the blessings of heaven rest upon you.
Sure.
And at this time, yeah, trust me, Scarlett, thank you for having me.
No, you're very welcome.
You're an expert, so I appreciate it.
Well, I don't know if I'd call myself an expert.
I do. You and Fofa, I can ask anything about that PCA, and I get it. And I can't believe these other creators who just make up stuff in the PCA.
Oh, everybody knows that the PCA. I mean,
well, just like I said, these guys were trying to tell me it was Idaho. And I said, the Texas lab. And I said, show me that in the PCA. Well, everybody knows it. I said, that came from Howard Blum. Nothing was ever said until he came out with that.
Yeah, he was the very first person that I had heard that said something about the Texas lab. But it does say in the PCA that Idaho lab is the one that
The
found it.
reason that was come out was because that Ortham has certain capabilities nobody else has, and there was
Right.
people were assuming that the way they had to do it, that they did it, and they may have, but nobody has come out and
Yeah, they mostly
vetted
work
that
on cold
100%.
cases.
Well, anyway, I'm going to jump down from here, and I hope everybody has a wonderful weekend. I hope we're on tomorrow night.
Yep.
I'll be up all during the day, and sometimes I got to find a place to take a nap because starting
You
from
said
12
that
o'clock
right.
on.
This YouTube gonna wear your ass out.
Yeah, from 12 o'clock on. Yeah, I'm backed up on some of my little hobbies around here I like to do. But anyway, love everyone. Love and light to all. Talk to you
All
later.
Good night.
All right,
And
have a
so
good night.
long from the Sunshine State.
There you go. Scarlett, I'm gonna jump off as well. I appreciate
Okay.
it. It's good to hear
No
you. Like I
problem.
say, you definitely had a sound in your voice tonight. It sounded a little more skippy.
Well, thank
And,
you.
I'm glad of that. And I'll see everybody tomorrow. And everybody have a good night. Say your prayers. Thank God for all the things we do have.
That is true. And thank you for coming up. I hope you have a good night as well.
All right. See you later.
All right. Gigi, have a good night. All right, y'all. I'm about to get out of here as well. So I can finish speaking and then go to sleep. May, you are very welcome. So thank you all for joining us, hanging out with us tonight. Everybody who did the super chats. And like I said, I don't know who this new member is. It's not showing me. I don't know why it's not popping up on my screen. But whoever the new member is, thank you for joining the family. We're glad to have you here. And I love you all. Like I said, if anything comes up on the Jennifer Mendez case, I will post it on the community page. I'll also put it in Discord. And I'm going to get started on trying to work on a timeline and seeing if I can find out as much information as possible for this timeline, because we need to figure out what they were doing, her and her friend, earlier in the day. Michelle, thank you, honey. All right, well, I love you all, and I will talk to you all tomorrow.